Some of our brothers and sisters in the occupied zone. The chair is against the wall. The chair is against the wall. John has a long mustache. John has a long mustache. It's 12 o'clock, Americans, another day closer to victory. And for all of you out there on or behind the lines, this is your song.
And good evening, or good afternoon, or whatever the heck it might be for you. We are going live, and we're going to be having some fun this afternoon. We've got a whole bunch of eBay auctions that are ending. This one just ended right in front of us for $9, and that was very unfun because I was hoping that some of these things would hit with snipers or something and get some bidding at the end there. So we're going to go in here and click this to ending soonest, and we'll refresh, and the next one is 8 minutes away. A set of Taurus catalogs, 3 of them. So the last thing that sold for $10 was this whole bunch of SIG stuff. So there was a couple of SIG catalogs and then some brochures from the SIG 556 when it first came out. And then this handguns magazine that has a thing about the Equinox, and then there's Equinox like little pamphlet thing. It was all in pretty good shape. It was all from SHOT Show. So this next thing that's coming up is a Taurus catalog set. Looks like what, 2006, 2008, and it says 2010. So this one was an interesting catalog. On the front side, it looks like the Taurus bull, and then on the back side, it's the spectrum of Tauruses, I guess. So this one's going to end in just a couple of minutes here. Everything gets shipped in these bubble envelopes, so don't have to worry about them. Tracked and insured. So let's see, this one's ending in 8 minutes. Got a whole bunch of auctions ending today. So we've got combat arms coming up in 19 minutes. A bunch of Ruger catalogs with 2 bids on it. Do this will make people buy. Anyway, that's coming up in 42 minutes. A set of rifle magazines with free shipping coming up in 55 minutes. Now these Taurus catalogs, no bids at all yet, not even a bid. So I'm going to drop a link over here, or maybe I already did. No, I didn't. Well, let's see if that link works. Does it take a minute for the link to show up here? Flip it to live. Oh, maybe it didn't. Oh, no, it is. And then, oh, it did work. All right, so there's a link to the Taurus's catalogs. No link or no bids on that one yet, but looks like we got a bid on the combat arms magazines, which seem pretty cool. That's like 8 years worth of. That's 8 years worth of an annual issue. They're not quite consecutive though. And then, so that's already got a bid. These Ruger catalogs have 2 bids. These rifle magazines have 1 bid. These rifle magazines with a couple of Barrett catalogs and some other stuff have 1 bid. Then I got a bunch of AR-15 stuff. I kind of thought that would get bids, but anyway, that one doesn't. Then we got this handgun. Wow, that's up to 4 bids already. That's super cool. And then, anyway, so I was going to say the next couple of them do have some bids. So maybe that's indication that they'll see some auction action later. Anyway, so this is happening today. We've got a bunch of hunting stuff. Looks like got some tactical stuff. Recoil magazines. Got 2 bids. How can it be 2 bids and only $9? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it must have started them at $9.97 and they got 2 cent on what? How that happened. Somehow it has 2 bids, but it's only at $9. interesting. Oops, let's close out of that Taurus one. And then this one has the most views, these tactical catalogs. I figured the Spyderco catalogs because they're so freaking cool. Wow, 6 bids on the surplus magazines. That's pretty cool. Anyway, so we'll watch and see if we got all kinds of auction action, some kind of auction wars happening, and maybe there's all kinds of crazy free stuff coming along with some of these auctions. Who can know the future? But in the meantime, we're also gonna have some fun by drawing cartoons, because that's the other half of this chat is gun shop cartoon drawings. No notification. That's probably because I don't know, fill in the blank. Hate and rage. Hate and rage. Hashtag hate rage. All right, but I think I'm going to kill that screen share, and we'll just go to this screen share. The wide share. We should call it. That's what we should call it. We could bring the eBays back over. This isn't saying a bunch of people's names or anything, is it? No. Because I'm logged in. All right, so there's that. We don't need this over here. We can get rid of that. We can show that this is the auction that's going. 7 minutes and 45 seconds away. Am I getting a countdown? No, I'm not getting a countdown. SOB. SOB. That's no fun. How do I make this thing give me an actual countdown? In addition, anybody that buys stuff from the Gear website store today will throw in, pick your free patch. You'll get a free patch Sunday, free patch eBay Sunday, something like that. Because we want to keep the house. House next door is for sale. I was trying to get Angelina to buy it, but it's worth more than I thought. So I can't let this house get stolen for not paying the mortgage. Should probably pay the mortgage. All right, so I think I can shut some of this other stuff off. There we go. And now we're back to here, and I think I'm going to bring, I need to bring this whole thing over. I need to bring this over by clicking this. No, that's not. Bring this up. There we go. This is what we're watching right now, and this is what we just watched a minute ago. How can that have 100 views already? Probably because I wrote panic, rage buying on there. Look at them gloves. They're so good. I have those exact same gloves in a ninja video. Oh snap, 56 seconds left. I'm getting a real-time count over here. I just noticed that. Not over here. 0 bids. So these Taurus catalogs, nobody wants them. Much like the pistols that the catalogs are trying to sell, nobody wants them. They ain't worth the paper they're printed on. Maybe I should sell them as a fire starter. Kindling. Buy them as is prep paper in case you gotta wipe your butt in the prepper after the pre-light beer epidemic, the light beer virus epidemic that's happening. 12 seconds left, 11 seconds. Are we gonna get a bid over here? Are we gonna sell these freaking Taurus catalogs? Oh my goodness. 4 seconds left, 3 seconds. Tell me there's a sniper. Tell me there's a sniper on these Taurus catalogs. Oh, nothing. Page views 4. Nobody even looked at this one. Only 4 people looked at this, and that's probably me clicking refresh 4 times. Nobody wants no Taurus catalogs. All right, now we got 11 minutes for this Combat Arms. Combat Arms already has a bid. All 8 of these magazines are going to go for $10. Got this one that talks all about chopped AK, Obama's carry gun, the SCAR. I almost thought about keeping that one, but it's not just about the AK. Plus, it let this set be cooler. So you got the old style Guns and Ammo Combat Arms logo at the top, and then you got these 4 with the new fancy distressed stenciling logo at the top. 2010, 2011, 2012, and then we skip to 2014. Who's this on the cover? You know who's on the cover? Then we can be friends. So, Guns and Ammo Combat Arms. I guess if I looked at the auction, I could tell you what these others are. 2005, 2007, 2008, 2009. Then, right here, boom, 2009 and then 2010. That's when they go from the old style to the new distressed stencil Combat Arms logo at the top there. So here's Combat Arms trying to keep up with the fresh skinny jeans lifestyle designs and elements. These have about 11 minutes, and in the 11 minutes, why don't we sneak on over? Hopefully nothing bad is showing up on the screen here. No secrets are being revealed. We're going to jump into Adobe Illustrator. Let me know if my audio is working. I see Voss out here. So let me know how that audio is. So what we've got here is already prepped a bunch of gun shops. Let's see if we can do something fun with this. So we've got SHOT Show from 2005, the first year we ever went to SHOT Show, when it was at the Good Convention Center. Look at there's a freaking airplane in front of it. An orange airplane in front of SHOT Show. So we have 2005 SHOT Show, our first year at SHOT Show as media. And then we've got West of the Pecos, a gun shop that was awesome here in Tucson. And this was owned by an old guy and his friend, and it was little. Look how little it is. There's a car and a truck in front of it, and that's the whole thing. And you couldn't go into this back area. It was only like a little area up front here. There was nothing to this shop. It was wall to ceiling, floor to ceiling, wall. Every single square inch of this shop was covered with stuff. It was awesome. Awesome experience going into that shop. Horrible that it finally ended up leaving. When the guy died, there was no way to keep it going. Anyway, that one was from 2007. Now we get Sportsman's Warehouse, Canadian company, the only big box store like this in Tucson. We had them as a client for a while. We used to get paid by them to run ads on our website network. They didn't keep us in business, but they were certainly a good customer. We went to plenty of CCW classes over there. I'd say as far as big box store experiences, it was fairly pleasant. But that's how they get you, right? Canadians come down here with their metrics and their crazy talk, and then boom, they stick a couple of big box stores in. and then they kill off the little man. So there was a place called Jensen's, and it was a gun shop here in town, and this is what it was in, this building right here. There's all kinds of stories about this place, including an underground shooting range. But at some point, old man Jensen died, and the company got bought out. And then, and when I first moved out here, it was still called Jensen's. And then at some point, this place from California, Californians bought it, and now it's called Second Amendment Sports. And they have a location or two in California also, but it's unique, you know, with this Tucson Taco Bell looking front, and still a pretty neat store. So anyway, that's another good looking store, I think, to draw. Then you got Deadbeats. This guy owes me 360 effing bucks. This guy owes me money. So I'm going to draw this store because he's got the fake kitchen post out here. But this was owned by a cop, and he owes me 360 bucks. Okay. Now we get to the Armory. I don't even know if it's still owned by a cop. It used to be owned by a cop. The cop is the guy that owes me 360 bucks. This is the Armory. So we first started talking about these things, and we're talking about west of the Pecos. Notice anything? Boom, it's the same place. So west of the Pecos, this awesome gun shop, he dies, and then his gun shop goes out of business, and then this other guy comes along and starts the Armory. And this is like skinny jeans, looks like a jewelry store gun shop. It's okay, but it's weird. It's like Europe. It's like being in Europe. And you see how the outside looks? That's how the inside looks. It's a unique gun shop that I've ever been to. One of the most unique gun shops I've ever been to. And the fact that it's like a stark difference of what it was it's insane. Talk to somebody in Tucson and ask them about going into west of the Pecos and then the Armory. Super different, super extreme difference. And then, so you go into here and it's like Dietrich, you know, selling you guns with his skinny jeans, and like it's all H&Ks and Rolex watches and fancy ARs and stuff. And like instead of having a normal floor, it was some like fancy painted concrete skimmed business, which was real super fancy at the time. And then you get free ice cream. So you buy a gun there and they give you free ice cream. So where the hell did that come from? You get like, there's like a little ice cream freezer, like good plenty. What are those ice cream bars called? So some kind of good humor, maybe. Ice cream, like that kind of ice cream. You get a 1/4 ice cream bar or whatever, like a 25-cent ice cream bar. Craziest gun shop ever. And then after he gets sick of being this weird skinny jeans gun shop, he decides to become a AR manufacturer. And it basically isn't a gun shop anymore. Now they just manufacture ARs here in Tucson out of that same building. Then we got a gun show from Tucson in 2009. Just to have a picture of it'd be cool to cartoon a gun shop or a gun show. So this is some guy who doesn't really like me that much, and I went out and asked his wife if I could climb up on the back of their camper because they had a ladder going up the back of their camper. And that's one of the reasons why he doesn't like me that much, because I do stuff like that. I ask his wife if I can climb up on top of his camper and take pictures when he's inside. And this is a SHOT Show from 2009. The awesomest experience I've ever had with SHOT Show. This is, I think, Orlando, wherever Disneyland is or Disney World is. This is, I think, Orlando. And this is the convention center there. And look at that. It's got a cop car in front of it. They actually, it's like they dressed up the buildings back in the day. They don't do this anymore because they don't waste money, I guess. But back in the day, they used to dress up the convention centers for SHOT Show. And then look at this inside. You'd come into here. So this down here is this out here. So you walk in and you walk into the basement of this. And then if you walked all the way down and then up, that's where I took this picture from. Can you imagine SHOT Show in a place like this? It was amazing. And the entire SHOT Show was a big square. I mean, way bigger than this, but very much like this. Just this big 3-story square. So everything was easy to find. It was amazing. So that's a couple of things. We get cartoon from SHOT Show 2009 in Florida. And then we get Shooter's World. It's a really cool place in Phoenix. It's an indoor shooting range and just an interesting shop. with the finger on the pulse of like actual shooting. Shooters like concealed carry and defensive shooting. Really cool. Oh shit, I'm here to sell stuff. Let's go see if those combat arms magazines are selling. 2 minutes and 28 seconds. Just one bid. What the hell? Has anybody out here got any money? Only people that watch this stuff are the poors. So we've got a whole bunch of magazines, trying to sell them to raise some money. You know, keep the house, whatever, do a mortgage. And then let's see what else is next. We did Shooter's World. So that's a cool shop, or what is it called? A shooting range in Phoenix. And then Moss Pond. So Moss Pond is this gun shop in Georgia that we visited. Yeah, in Georgia, outside Atlanta, that we visited in 2012. It's on YouTube, where always does videos from there. This is Shooter's Depot, which is just a kind of an interesting shop made out of a steel building, and had a range. And we stopped at this one on the way to Atlanta from Chattanooga back in 2012. Now this one is from 2012, and this building is still there. In fact, where this black car is, I slept there this Monday at SHOT Show. So Tuesday night, I don't remember anymore, Monday night or Tuesday night, I was in that parking spot and I slept overnight in that parking lot. Accidentally, but it's what happened. The building still looks exactly the same. That's what happened here. So now this is a gun shop that is a pretty awesome gun shop. It took me forever to get to. Where the hell is this one? Is it in Safford? I don't even remember where this shop is. It's way the hell over by Safford somewhere, by New Mexico. So if you drive from Tucson towards New Mexico, you don't see nothing. But if you go north or south, you can get to other little towns that are mostly where people live, where they work at mines. And that's what this town is. I just can't remember. It might be Safford or one of them little towns over by the big mine out there. There's this gun shop, and Firing Pin is, well, they're a fixture. They're not only at like every Arizona gun show forever, but they have their own gun shows too. So they're also a gun show promoter. And I don't know if they've been doing the shows lately, but off and on, as long as I've been out here, they've been promoting their own shows. So anyway, I finally got out to see their shop, and it's sort of a pawn shop and a gun shop, but really, really cool shop. Is it in Safford? Might be like Bisbee. I honestly don't even remember. I'd have to think about it for a minute. Never got out there again. It was in 2013 that I went there. All right, then we get to Murphy's. They're kind of douchebags. I don't know what they are, but they're an old Circle K or 7-Eleven or something. So it's a weird building. And this is what happens. You park, and then some schmo comes and parks right in front of you like this. Because I don't know why the fuck people park like this. Europe? Assholes. That's how they park at that place. Did this just end? Sold for $10. Man, this is not working. Nobody's buying nothing today. So let's go see if there's the Taurus catalogs that didn't sell. Let's go see if there's anything else that will not sell today. What's next? What's going to not sell next? The Ruger firearms catalogs. We have 2 bids. What the hell is this? This is the video from before. I don't need that up at all. Grab that. Drop it over here. All right. And now we're looking at, this is Murphy's. And I bought a bunch of guns here. They don't care if you buy guns or not. They're one of them kind of shops. They know if somebody else is going to buy the gun. So if you don't buy it, get the hell out of the way. They don't care. Then we got Battlefield Vegas. And it's a tough one. I don't have a good picture of the actual Battlefield Vegas, but I got the sign, which I like. It's just a cool sign. Like they went with an actual SBR. They went with Magpul stuff. They did it a while ago, so it's got a quad rail, but they put a real aim point on it. Stupid Magpul grip on it, which is dumb, but otherwise, just a little pointless little gun. Then they made it left-handed, but that's just because they made it the same on both sides. It would be correct if it was on the other side, right? But yeah, kind of interesting. So still looks like Vegas and everything, but it's got that gun in there. And as you drive into the place, you get this helicopter and all these sandbags. So I figured that would be a nice cartoon. And that was from a tour we did in 2014 where we went up and toured all the different. I went up and toured all the different rental places at the time. And this is Machine Gun Vegas, which I just think that building looks tight. And this is the one with all the hot chicks. Like all the range safety officers are like hot chicks, basically. And not like bunnies, but like knowledgeable people that are good range safety officers. They just happen to be hot chicks also. Well, they have to be because they only hire them. Now, this is New Frontier. I don't know what happened with all this anymore, but one time in 2014 when we were out there checking out Clark County Shooting Facility, which is just north of here, by a couple of miles, maybe a mile. This used to be New Frontier. Now, I don't know if they're still there or not, or if they just changed their logo, but there you go. I figured that would be a good picture, especially with the truck out front. Another one in Vegas. This one is Range 702. Now they've moved, but now their new location looks stupid as hell, and their old location looked really cool with the blue and the, I don't know what the hell was supposed to be going on with the yellow. I don't know what that was supposed to be. It looks like clouds, I guess, but I don't know how that means range or anything. And I don't know why the R doesn't make any sense, but it was a great facility. It was this big giant building. It was blue. It wasn't on the highway, but you could, look, there's that golf thing there. This was a good location, decent location for something like this. And you'd go in there, you can't see it hardly for shit here, but if you could zoom in, the little things that prevent you from driving through those doors, the like concrete barriers where like a big 45 ACP and a big shotgun shell or something, they camouflage their concrete pillars to look like ammo. And I think they just had a really cool range. And then they picked up shop, and they moved like 2-3 miles south. So instead of being right dead in the center of the strip, north and south, they moved way the hell south now. And their building looks stupid as hell. It looks like bland, stupid building. You can see their building from the highway now, but it doesn't look cool. And this was really a cool facility. So I don't know what they were thinking. Then I'm gonna make a cartoon of their old facility. And then they didn't have an Humvee or anything cool. They just used this weird van. So I was gonna draw that van maybe. And then we get to the gun store, one of my favorites. It's been there forever. When I first started going to Vegas, it was just this little front place, and you could shoot some guns in there, and you could rent a machine gun. I remember going in there with my siblings who don't like shooting at all. And they actually enjoyed it because it was in Vegas and because it was something that was, perceived as safe and as a truly recreational thing. I've always seen the potential of recreational machine gun experiences for people. And it allowed me, someone who was familiar with it, to take them to a facility. And just like people talk about training your spouses or whatever, you don't want to just assume that your brothers and sisters are going to listen to you when you have something to say. So if you can take them to a place where they can feel comfortable, it fast forwards a lot of the introduction and orientation type of stuff. So gun store has always been a favorite of mine. And as they've expanded, now this back building is all their ranges. So this front part is still a gun shop, I think, although it's been under construction the last couple of times I've visited Vegas. But basically the front part is still a gun shop, and then the back part is the rental part. And again, they have an interesting Instagram presence, and I think they've been around they're not the oldest shop in town, but they're one of the oldest. They're also right in front of the airport, so they get seen by everybody. And not only that, but it's called the Gun Store. Couldn't be more obvious. You don't mistake that if you can read English. And even if you can't, that H&K on the sign has been there since the beginning. And that's the kind of ambassador introduction to firearms that, imagine how many people go to Vegas. If you come out of the airport and turn right, you're seeing that sign. So if you get out of the airport and you try to go buy something locally at a store, like the 99-cent only store, which should be paying me, you're going to have to go past this place twice before you go back to the strip. Most people that go to the airport and drive the wrong way or something are going to see this shop. Nowadays, of course, there's lots of rental options, but I think this one's one of the coolest. So I'll definitely cartoon that place. We got Trail Boss. I was trying to think of places that looked interesting, and this one has a kind of interesting story. It's a guy who sometimes he's nice to me, and sometimes he acts like I shouldn't have. I shouldn't be able to walk into his store. They're off and on, but they were down in Sierra Vista, and they moved up here, and they left their old store called Trail Boss, and they created a new store called Trail Boss. And sometimes they're okay with you getting confused, and sometimes it's your fault that you get confused that they have two stores with the exact same name, but somehow they're not affiliated with each other. Anyway, I think that's a cool picture. It kind of indicates some gun shops, being in strip centers, but still having a little bit of character, still having a little bit of security without being offensive or in your face about it. Then we get Bucky O'Neill's. This was a neat shop that me and Bob visited, and this is right next to J&G Sales. If I could zoom out from this, I could wing a bottle rocket over to J&G Sales, the catalog company. This place is right out front of there. And I've driven past it like a zillion times. But when me and Bob were up there kind of moseying around, just checking out gun shops, we didn't have any schedule. We could take our time. We stopped in at this one, and it was a great experience. They had a bunch of neat stuff, and they had a bunch of Saturday night specials on the ceiling, and displaying them like fish that you catch on a stringer. It was pretty cool. Little neat shop, and I'm partial to slab brick like that. I think it looks cool. That was in 2015. So next we get, probably on that same trip, Copper Star. And if you ever heard of the movie Red Dawn, there's a part in that movie where they have a Valmet that is mocked up like a RPK. And after the movie, that gun didn't get destroyed. Instead, it got sold. And then eventually the guy who owns this place bought it. You can go in there, and for a certain amount of money, you can pull the trigger on a full auto AK-47 that was used in the movie Red Dawn that Jed carries around, and at the end, Erica dies with. No, wait, not Erica. What the hell am I saying? The other one. The girl. Tori? This one is a place down in Benson, and it's a neat place with a mural on the wall next to it. Now it is called Sarge's Sidearms, but back in the day it used to be called Guns for Less. And I think it used to originally be a horseshoery or whatever the hell it would have been called, where you shoe horses. I believe they were called horseshoeries. This is a gun shop that was in Tombstone, Arizona in the 2015 era, built in an old livery stable. So this would have been a stable back in the day, and it had a really neat facade out front, and we heard a lot about it and we've seen some pictures of it, but it was only rebuilt to this kind of shitty reversion of it. And the gun shop was really cool, actually, and we have somewhere I've got some neat pictures, and this kind of gives you an idea of the shop. It was in Tombstone, Arizona, but it had so much World War II stuff and sort of Vietnam era modern stuff that it almost seemed out of place. And then he had like a whole bunch of prototype parts for, what the hell were they? Like a Dillon press or something, because he's in Arizona and he had some like bin of like dollar parts. And in this dollar parts bin were all these like prototypes of something. It was a gun or it was a cylinder for something. And I don't know why I didn't buy them. I didn't buy them because I think they were $5 a piece, and to buy all of them, I would have needed like $200. And it drove me nuts that they were selling them singly, because that's going to allow that collection to just be, picked apart. And a whole bunch of people are going to own one piece instead of one person owning the whole evolution. And it was something that I was kind of interested in because of the concept, but I wasn't all that interested in. It was something like the stages on a Dillon press or something. Like he owned all these different, he owned all these different like stages of the evolution of something. And it was just in some parts bin. It was really neat. Anyway, that's in Tombstone, Arizona. That store is gone now. Last time I was there, this thing is just a perfume or something stupid. They sold some kind of girl crap. Now this is the Glock store in San Diego. So when I went out there in the old van with Oro, we were heading up to LA to hang out with Smeggy and do the tour of the Saturday Night Special factories. So I went out to San Diego first because I don't remember ever being to San Diego before. And Oro got sick. I almost killed him. So I was more worried about getting him healthy and less worried about going to gun shop. So once he started coming back, like snapping back to it, I started getting my bearings and met up with Spaggy. And we stopped at the 2 gun shops on the way out of town, and this was one of them. Or I think maybe just the 1 gun shop on the way out of town, and then we started checking out the factories. But this is the Glock store. A lot of people have heard of it before, and Lenny McGill or something like that, is a competitive shooter and modifies Glocks and stuff, and it's a really neat shop. And it's in San Diego, and it's unique. So we're gonna cartoon that one. And then while we were there, we decided to go into the gun shop that Terminator went into. And at the time, it was this weird car store. So it was Mal Credito, Poco Exchange, Todos California. I don't know what that means. So anyway, there was some sort of Roadrunner Autos, I guess. And the signage was the same and the address is the same, but it's not a gun shop anymore. We went in there and I was taking a bunch of pictures out front. I parked. This is as I was driving up. I came back and this guy was gone. I pretty much parked where this gray car was, I think. And then I got out and this car was just in traffic. So there was nothing here. This was a big entrance to the place. So I was standing here getting a bunch of pictures of the dog in front of the Terminator place. Then I finally put the dog back in the van. And at that point, this guy's wondering why I'm taking so many pictures of my dog in front of their car salesman place. So he opens the door a little bit and I go, hey, is it okay if I come in and take a picture? He says, sure. And then he asked me why I'm taking a picture in there, I think. And that's when I told him, you know where we're standing, right? And we're in the Terminator gun shop. And he's like, which Terminator? Then he goes in and tells his boss, and they come out and they're like, are you kidding me? So they didn't even know they work in the Terminator gun shop. And now they know. Now, I don't know if it's still this or not. I guess we could go Google map it. But obviously, I'll be drawing that gun shop as well. That was one of my favorite gun shops. Then we got BMC. I guess I haven't put a picture in here of BMC, or I forgot to save it or whatever. But yeah, so that'll be for the Gun Show Loophole Tour project, just to get some consistency again. You know, obviously, these gun shops I think are neat, but except for maybe Trail Boss, which I could probably pull a quick vectorize that and use it pretty quick. I might be able to pull that sign from Battlefield Vegas. I might be able to take this picture and vectorize it pretty easy. But the rest of these, between trees being in the way, like the Glock store has this stupid telephone pole or something right in the middle of the S. This one's got a stop sign in front of it. You know, that kind of stuff can be distracting. All the lines and shit and this big golf ball thing in front of the range. So I'll cartoon these things and I can get rid of a bunch of the elements, make them a lot simpler and then consistent. And then we'll have a bunch of consistent cartoons for the Gun Show Loophole Tour project. With that said, I'll quit blabbing for a minute and go see, because I see somebody's asking me a question. Are we out of the magnetic patch panels? No, because I can just make those. So let me go over to the store. Thank you for asking. I'll go over to the store and add inventory right now. Because I have both white and black. What I do is I add like 5 at a time to the store so that it doesn't accidentally sell 200 of them or something. So let me type in patch. No, that would be a bad idea. How about typing in patch would not really limit it down too much in my store. So patch panel. It says that there's 10 in stock. So let me make sure that they're in both colors. Yeah, it says that we've got 4 of the black and 4 of the white. say that we're out of them. Let me see if I can just see if this thing works. I might have like a dead end in the store, an old product or something that I'm not using that has zero inventory that somehow it's pointing you to. All right, what's this all about? That dog, I guess, making that noise. You had to buy a gun to get free ice cream. I just thought it was corny to get free ice cream, like a 25-cent ice cream bar at a place that's trying to be super fancy. I mean, give them like a piece of Haagen-Dazs ice cream or some kind of weird French ice cream with a snail in it or something, you know, like something fancy, not a 25-cent good humor bar. But on the other hand, it's Tucson, and that probably was enough for somebody to go, I could buy this gun here. And keep in mind, I didn't mention that gun shop, its parking lot could have basically been the same parking lot as that Second Amendment Sports. Those two shops. The only thing in between those two shops' parking lot is a place that sells cowboy boots. So pretty much anybody in Tucson who knows that, who's lived here more than a minute and a half, will park at the one, go to the one, and then go to the other one. You don't even have to change parking lots. You just go walk to both of them right away. And for the longest time, I thought they were the same shop because who the hell puts two gun shops on both sides of the parking lot? But it's actually just three houses that one house turned into a gun shop, and then the one house next door turned into a boot store, I guess. And then years later, the other shop turned into another house turned into a gun shop. And there's like a fire station over there and maybe a couple others, maybe a dentist or something, you know how like stores or houses turn into businesses like that. And anyway. No problem. I appreciate people interested in those, so that gives me an opportunity to talk about them. So I'll drag them over here, and I think I'm still screen sharing, right? Yeah. So what we're talking about is these magnetic patch panels. So back in the day when I worked in an office type of environment, we had cubicles and stuff and these whiteboards. And you can get whiteboards that are magnetic and whiteboards that aren't, right? Some of them are made out of metal and some of them ain't. So the ones that are, you could have all kinds of extra functionality with the whiteboard when you got magnetics. So anyway, I always thought it was useful to have a magnetic piece of loop Velcro for doing stuff like this, like sticking that pen on and stuff like that. So, and then I also, for the longest time, had a server cabinet in here where we run stuff out of, and you know, our computers were in server formats, so I had them in the server cabinet. And there was this big piece of metal that I had to look at all the time. So I stuck these magnet panels on there. And well, I guess none of these pictures are actually of the server cabinet, but you get the idea. You can see all these, you know, it gives you something to look at instead of just a piece of metal. So all we do is we buy the material, the Velcro and the magnets, just like anybody can. It's just that we buy them, you know, a dozen at a time instead of one at a time. Or actually a big stack at a time now off of Amazon that lets us buy them a little cheaper. And then we sell them for like $4. So I think if you were to go buy 12 things and 12 things, you'd end up paying like $2 a piece. So you're paying more with us, but you're also not going to have 24 of them laying around. If you need 24 of them, go buy some Velcro and go buy some magnets. It's going to basically pay the same price, maybe a little bit less. But if you want to just buy one or two, then yeah, I think I used to have them priced at $2.50 or something. It's just that every once in a while somebody would buy one and that's it. And then it cost $3 to ship something that cost $2. And it did cost us something to make the thing. So I ended up losing money whenever somebody would buy one. So I think I just jacked the price up to $3.57 because it's cool. And it costs like $3.40 to ship them. So just in case somebody only buys one, I don't get too screwed. But that only is not going to, that's only happened like once or twice. Anyway, so that's one of the products, some kind of stuff we sell over there. So it's nothing magic. It's just a way to put the patches on a toolbox or to put them on a whiteboard or on a cubicle or, you know, that's a big cabinet or whatever made out of metal. Can stick them on the end of ammo cans if you're using them like drawers like I do. And then you can use them along with the patches and stuff, the spam can patches and some of the country flags and stuff as identifiers, or whatever else you might come up with. And you help support our projects and buy stuff over at your websites. But aside from that, today is Sunday, and we have a bunch of stuff over on eBay that is up for auction. And look at this. The Ruger catalogs right here has just 30 seconds left, so we get to watch the end. See if we get some dramatic music here. Maybe not. I don't think it's even that dramatic. Your item will sell. 10 seconds left. How many bids? Where's my bids? 2 bids? They don't even, oh shit, it just went up to $22. 4 seconds left. Somebody had that on the sniper. Boom, we sold this item. So that was fun. That one just went from $10 a second ago, $10.40 to $22. So that doubled in price. Thanks to whoever Bundle is. Hopefully that's not spoiling nothing for anybody. That was fun. That's what we're talking about. And it's because I turned up this fast-paced Euro music. So the next one will be these rifle magazines coming up for 11 minutes from now. And these are 7 rifle magazines. Go over here so we'll see them. You've got your HK catalog. So if you're a poor, you can leave this catalog out when you're at the range, or let it drop out of your bag and be like, oh, I was just shopping for my HKs or something. Or leave it out on your cleaning bench and be like, oh yeah, I shop for HKs out of this catalog. Just don't pay attention that it's like a 2010 catalog. And then you get a police magazine, so you can act like the man. You get some special weapons, a couple, I guess just the one special weapons. Get a tactical weapons, a tactical operator, and then 2 black guns. So you get it pretty much covered. I'm pretty sure that these 5 probably came from SHOT Show. These look like the kind of stuff they give us at SHOT Show. Nope. Say that. And then here's a thing from Bookman. So you know that he paid $5 for this one at Bookman's. That's a $5 book right there. I guess it doesn't tell you what year catalog it is. Do I tell you in here? No, I guess I don't know the year of the catalog. Anyway, 7 magazines. Get some info. I've been recommending, hey, if you just want to buy these to help support our projects, then consider taking them to the range or to the gun shop. If you've got a range or a gun shop where they're cool with it, people bring in their old magazines and stuff. You leave them lay there. A lot of times ranges will have the take it, leave it type of thing going, where somebody's just farting around waiting for their friend to show up. They got some magazines to read. You can leave them there for the range safety officers to read. And if somebody wants one and they take it home, nobody really cares. So you could take them for that kind of thing. Take them to the gun show, use them as trading fodder, for 10, 15 bucks, however much you get them for. It comes out to a couple of bucks a magazine. Give them to a kid or something, teach them how to read. Smack a cat, roll it up and smack a cat. And then if your attitude about cats. If I sell enough of this stuff, I can start playing with my robot, and we can start seeing what my robot can do with its new fingernails. Now that I got this new laptop, I can take the laptop. Oh snap! I can take the laptop for the robot and just go out there. Hopefully, I can get out there before it gets so hot that I can't even be out there anymore. So we just got 2 orders came in, huh? Let's go check it out. So I'm looking at my phone so I don't accidentally show anybody's name, because I definitely you would see people's names if I opened up the store anywhere. So Ben grabbed some Yankee stuff on Friday, but looks like Tony just grabbed something, and I think that's pants. So either one of you guys, if you're still out there and you want anything off of the free patch panels, I can go over there. Robot going to make you big bucks, hopefully. I think so. I mean, I'm not going to go into production, but I can't wait to use it as a tool and get creative with the thing. I definitely got some ideas. I got to see. I'm still at a point where I got it working and I got the flat bed on it, but I've never actually worked on it with the flat bed. So I think I got it to where it can perform and create what comes out of my head. So if I can confirm that, I can start being creative. At this point, I'm still in the like, let's get the thing set up mode. So I haven't had a chance to really start thinking about what I can make. I've just been trying to get it to make what I needed to or wanted to. Looks like we're at 7 minutes with this one. And it is staying up to date, I guess. So we have a couple of others that are going to be doing an hour, and then a bunch that are in 2 hours. So what happened is I'll usually set up eBay auctions throughout the week. And in this case, I had all these magazines from a friend that moved, and he gave all these to me for the cause, sort of. So I spread them out and divvied them up and put them into these envelopes, took the pictures, and then had those on the computer. And then pretty much whenever I had a moment or between things or waiting for something to do something, I would jump over and take the photographs and create the auction, and then set them up in eBay, but then set them up to all go live last Sunday for a week. So that means that they end this Sunday, right, a week later. And the idea is that if you go online and you ask the internet what's the best time for an eBay auction to end, they'll tell you Sunday afternoon or Monday afternoon, and then Saturday afternoon, I think in that order. Or maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it's Sunday and then Saturday and Monday are equal. But either way, Sunday is the real day to put eBay auctions up. I don't know why. I'm not going to try to worry about that. Instead, I just made all my eBay auctions wait and start on Sunday so that they all end on Sunday. And that's why they're all ending kind of around the same time. Then that was as many as I could, like throughout the week. And then on Sunday, I went through and posted the rest of the ones that I had not yet scheduled. And that's why they're not all just, I think there's a whole bunch of them that probably end at 4 o'clock. Oop, thank you. Somebody else bought something over at the store. A whole bunch of them end at like 4 o'clock. And that's because those are the ones I scheduled out throughout the week. And then the ones that are like this, just ending, or I just sat down in the morning last week after eating breakfast and just started posting, I think after Gary's morning show, and just started posting auctions until I was done posting them. So these are going to, happen throughout the day. Looking at the orders coming in here. Foss just grabbed the Cheryl Todd cartoon. Thank you for that. And I've already done the Cheryl Todd one. So if you want, though, you can pick which gun shop we do first over here. It's kind of the same thing. And let's see. This is the next one that's coming. I'll remind people that we got a bunch of auctions coming. I'm going to go pee here in a second. So you'll be listening to some kind of goofy European metric music while I non-attribution required royalty-free metric goofy music. But as soon as I click refresh over here, your item will sell. Okay. So this one still has 4 minutes and 39 seconds. Just one bid though. I don't know, some of these are surprising me. As far as the ones that are getting a lot of views, and then the ones that are getting bids versus views. That's always interesting too. But you never know. Like something like a magazine, there could be a specific article or something significant about an issue that I just have no idea. And sometimes an auction will go crazy just because of one issue in the pile. Sometimes it's just a nice assortment of them. But we'll see. Either way, now I really got to pee. So I'm going to jump out of here for a minute. Oh, really? Yeah, definitely. Well, more than likely, since it doesn't seem like 2A stuff is ever going to really make money, I have to pay bills. So I'll have to go do something else. And more than likely I'll still use my skills of doing eBay or YouTube and stuff. And yeah, if I can figure out a way to cool the robot room down, because it's not really, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons for that. If I can figure out a way to be in there, then and do something with the robot, then I'll definitely continue to work on that robot. Nothing but interesting for me. So yeah, it'll just be on the gear channel instead of the gun channel. But ideally, I can do something with 2A, because as much fun as working on the robot would be, I'd rather do 2A. I think it's more useful in the long run. But if I have to, I'll default to playing around with robots. All right, I'll leave it running, and I'll turn up this weird music, and I'll be back. If you hear water running in the background, that has nothing to do with where I'm doing it now. All right, and we're back. And I don't know where the dog is, but here's a little known fact. If you want to know where your dog is and you don't feel like looking all around, you grab one of these to-go packages that have a bunch of pancakes in them. You open that thing, and then you're going to have an aroma of pancake that whiffs out of the box. You want to blow on that. And you don't have to blow real hard because of their noses or fancy or whatever. You would think that she would have either heard or smelled the pancakes being opened. If that hasn't worked, I'm going to pick up a pancake and I'm going to eat off of this pancake. And usually their doggy senses will realize that somebody in the house is eating, and they'll come running. Now I'm worried because she isn't here. So I'll loudly close this thing up. Wait another moment. Oh, look at that. Look at that. And now I'm comfortable that she's okay. Come on. Here. We're going to let the audience decide if these puppies should get any of this pancake. We know that people in Pennsylvania prefer to restrict pancakes from puppies. In fact, they get yelled at whenever I suggest feeding a pancake to a puppy. From the people in Pennsylvania. But we'll see if we'll do a poll out here with the audience. If they say yes, then the puppy can have a piece of a pancake. Nobody's answering because you don't get no pancakes. Maybe this thing's on mute. Sad puppy. She's just looking here sadly at the audience. Little sad puppy eyes because she can't have no pancake, I guess. She knows it, and she knows it's because of your decision, your lack of a decision. It's horrible for her. No, nothing. Get out of here. Get out of here. They don't want you to have no pancake. I don't care what they say, you're going to have a little piece of pancake anyway. They're eating pancakes in spite of the audience who doesn't have any. Okay, now I guess it's catching up. Pancakes and belly rubs. That's a lot of demands. Let's see if we put another little piece of pancake in this end. Oh yeah. She was able to accept a belly rub while eating a pancake. That did work. No issues. No, I don't have syrup. I don't even own any syrup, and I wouldn't put syrup because that dog is super fat. That's why I can't put her on video anymore. She won't go on video because she's got body issues because she's so fat. All right, well, so now we can continue on. So I believe Foss can choose whatever cartoon we'll dig into if you want. As well as zap them out of here. Unlock them, we'll just zap them out of here. Oh, maybe I should go over and look at how these are doing. 4 minutes. That was 4 minutes before I started peeing. Oh, it's sold. Boom, it's already over. One bid, $10. Better than a kick in the face. Let's see. Next up is an hour away, so we got some time, and that'll be the magazines with the Barrett catalogs and stuff like that. Got, I hate it when it does that. Why is this open? Why don't we close this? This is just hogging resources. Yeah, this is what we're gonna look at. So we've got an EBR from Sage International. I think that's fancy rifle for people that don't know. Got tactical weapons, a couple of issues of that. Barrett Tactical Weapons Combat Rifles. Those are special editions, I think, once a year. Then you get a Barrett magazine. You got this one I just threw in there because it had rifles. It said rifles on it. This is a Thompson magazine, which, why not? It fit in the envelope. Otherwise, it has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. This Firepower Sniper Journal, which I didn't even thumb through it. It's not my style. I'm not into sniper stuff. And then, but I threw it in here because I figured with all the rifle stuff, it would probably be applicable. And then this Barrett catalog. I don't know if people are into Barrett catalogs or not, but I think catalogs are kind of cool. Let's see. Anyway, we got an hour for those. That one's only been viewed 9 times. Somebody does have a bid on it. And, if anybody's interested, these aren't closed up yet. So if somebody is live or watching live and they bought one of these things and you'd like me to jam something into there, there's a couple that I can't. Like, there's a couple that have like this one actually with 8. It's probably filling up that envelope pretty good. Actually, not too bad. You can tell from the pictures sometimes. If that envelope is real tight, I'm probably not going to be able to hardly cram a piece of paper in there. But some of them, especially if there's like just 2 issues of something or 3 issues, I could cram a lot more in there. So if you're interested in some other stuff or some of the stuff from the free patches or something like that, let me know. All right, so we got an hour for that, and now I have to open up every screen on my computer because it just deleted everything. Dealer's choice on the cartoon, okay. The Canadians are hogging up all the syrup because of the coronavirus scare, the great syrup shortage of 2020. Syrup is probably an antibiotic, right? If you wipe enough syrup on something, it kills everything underneath of it. So they're probably using it as hand sanitizer. All of these. I'm going to go with the Terminator gun shop because why not? That's a cool ass gun shop, and we got to start somewhere. I don't know if I need to do this stuff necessarily, but I'm used to doing it, so I'm doing it. I'd actually like to go back. The last time I went to LA, got all messed up. I was picking up the robot, I think, the last time I was there. And was it Easter? It was some dumb holiday. And no, I was just out of money. I couldn't afford to hang out there. But anyway, where I picked up, let's say this is LA. Oh, if this is LA, this is where let's say this is where the Terminator gun shop is. This is where the robot is. And the one road goes like this, and then the other road goes like this or something. And then there's a road like this, but like this is really LA, like this is Hollywood, I think. Something like that. Like that's the Hollywood sign. This is a big mountain. And then this is the ocean. And to drive this way at the time of day, I had picked up the robot and was heading back to Arizona, would have taken me longer than driving like 3/4 of the way back to Arizona this way because of traffic and stuff. So it was just not in the cards to hang out in LA and go look at this place again. But I would like to go back and check it out because it is a pretty neat looking place. And I was only there for like, well, 20 minutes. I wonder if people that live in LA like ever go to these places. And if they don't, what's their excuse really? They have a gun shop from freaking Terminator we could be going to. Eventually something will happen, right? And they'll change the front or something, and then it won't look like it anymore. And then it'll just be like, technically this is the right address. But when it's all sort of basically the same, like the inside is wrong. The inside is basically gutted out. Like so where the counter was and all that doesn't, it's just nothing. I wasn't trying to do this as like a presentation, so I don't have like the pictures handy. But yeah, it was basically designed so they could drive a car into there. I don't think they drove it through these doors, but there must have been bigger doors in back or something that they drove it in, because there was a car in there, but it was, I don't know what cars are. It was some kind of fancy, expensive car, probably. But anyway, so they had it all cleaned out so that they could park in there, and they just had some desks. You could tell that they weren't like permanently anywhere. They just moved them to wherever they needed to be. I don't guess what it looks like over here, obviously, but it's close enough for what we're trying to do. I think what'll get people on this one is the fact that the like corner is cut, and then once the sign, I think that'll be the big identifier for this one, this sign here with the crazy unique kind of shape. I don't know how many people out there that might be watching us live right now that can answer this would have been around to watch Terminator in 1984 when it came out. And it was amazing. It was like just the coolest, like it, I don't know if it broke rules, but it certainly just didn't hold back. Like a lot of movies alluded to cool stuff, and Terminator just had the cool stuff in it. It was just amazing. It was really cool. So I remember having that, and then it was also one of the first movies that was awesome that we had on VHS. Like we could go buy Terminator. You couldn't just go buy, well, you could buy some of them. Anyway, you could just go buy Terminator. So you could watch Terminator over and over and over and memorize stuff and get sick of watching scenes. You watched them so many times and stuff. And I remember thinking every time I would watch Terminator, like, man, I'd like to go to that gun shop. Because I could tell it was a gun shop. It didn't look like a scene, fake, right? It looked like they went on location and went to a gun shop. So I really wanted to see that gun shop. It would have been really cool. I remember when I first worked AOL and first figuring out the internet and one of the things that got me impressed with how cool the internet was going to be was shit like this. That when I went on back in the day, started looking it up, people had already been aware of, like, I think this was one of the things I looked up. Something else was like a drive-in movie theater. What the hell movie was it? Some movie was in a drive-in movie theater, or had a drive-in movie theater where they filmed it or something. And in this like old ass website, they were talking about all these movie locations, and they kind of talked about how that drive-in movie theater had been destroyed. And I was like, dang, like, think about how much cool stuff they film on location or whatever ain't there no more from like really good movies. Anyway, so I knew that was kind of a neat thing about the internet, is that we could share this kind of weird interest that probably that interesting enough to be, nobody's going to spend real money on making sure that the Terminator sign don't change or something, right? Whoever the hell rents this place might not have even known the movie was filmed there. Could have just been the renter. Anyway, so I found that website that talked about this place, and it talked about the gun shop, and it sure enough was a real gun shop. I forget the name of the place. And but whenever it was that I was reading the thing, it had already not been a gun shop anymore. So this was in the 90s. It was already abandoned as far as a gun shop. It was just, I think, abandoned property back then. And this is not necessarily a good neighborhood, I guess. So maybe it just did sit abandoned for a while, or wasn't being used for anything consistently enough. But, so I knew my first interest in finding stuff online from movies was successful, but then frustrating, right? Like, they said that this place was no longer a gun shop. Anyway, so I knew that it existed and that it was no longer a gun shop. So when we were planning out the tour for checking out the Ring of Fire, or the inexpensive firearms produced around the perimeter of LA, I knew I was going to be driving all around LA anyway. So I threw this into the mix. And it was a little bit out of the way. I mean, we had to get off the highway and go find it, but it wasn't like we had to drive 7 out of the way or anything. We just barely had to get off the highway and an exit we wouldn't have, sort of thing, and get to it. I think it was worth it because, like I say, it's one of those things that, I mean, I kind of want to go to that shopping place where he finds them Velcro shoes or whatever, just because, right, it must exist. Obviously, that was a store. On the same trip, we went to the surplus store that they go to in the movie Falling Down. So in the movie Falling Down, the guy gets all frustrated in his car, and he gets off the highway and walks around, and all that shit happens to him. He's just running around being a frustrated jerk. And at some point, he goes into a surplus store, and I forget what happens exactly, but anyhow, we found that surplus store also and went there, and that's still a surplus store. And that's a whole nother level of cool, because it is a surplus store. It was a surplus store. It's the same surplus store. They're aware that they're in the movie, and they have a picture of the movie there. They're aware of it. They'll talk about it, and it's still there. It predates the movie, and it's still there. So that part is pretty darn cool. And that is, I mean, it's kind of near here. It's in Hollywood or whatever. I think it's in, I don't know, it's maybe like less than half an hour from this place. But in LA, that's not that far physically. Like, it's probably a few blocks away. And we drove all around these places in my old van, the 1986 van. So that was even better, going around and looking at places like this, where the 1984 Terminator, right? Terminator 1984, in a 1986 van. All right, let's see. Canadians are hugging the syrup. We all know that. Honey has health benefits. I bet it is all gone. But I bet you maple syrup must have the same benefits as honey. That's what I was thinking. Tea tree oil is another thing that's a good antiseptic or antibiotic. I don't know if it's the same thing. Talking about honey, I guess. I have a model of Moss Pond. I helped them with a storefront renovation and have drawings of the store. Interesting. I'd definitely be interested in something like that. I didn't know they did a storefront thing, so let me save this so I don't screw it up. Man, I got the hiccups. Went out and ate a really good breakfast, and then for some reason ate these orange cupcakes, and they're not sitting good on top of breakfast. But Matt and Honda got me all hyped up about panic fear. Bought a bunch of crap this morning. All right, so if I jump back to Mosspen, zoom out, zoom back in. This is the picture I have, which is not a good picture. This is while me and Haas are driving up the road, and I take a picture from I think this is a still from the video. But it kind of gets the point across that it's a big 2-story building. It's almost a barn. And then you kind of walk in the side. But does it look nicer than this now? Is that what you're saying? Oh, okay, just recently. But Kevin wanted. Kevin? Who's Kevin? I don't know who Kevin is. But anyway, so I imagine they could probably do with an upgrade. Just paint the place yellow, and that would be easy to find. Look for the yellow building, right? Oh wait, I just need to zoom out. Zoom out. Oops. So here's the thing. I watched, I guess. There's a 4-hour thing about Hillary Clinton, and it was amazing. I really liked it. So if anybody's sick in the head or crazy and they want to waste 4 hours of their life, there's this thing on, I think it's on Netflix, it's on Hulu. It's from Hulu, and it's about Hillary. It's total propaganda, but it was definitely interesting. I was not paying attention in the 90s because I was living my life. So it made me aware of some, what's the word, like the timeline of the way things happened. For example, I'm going to mess this all up because I'm trying to click and talk and type at the same time. But whenever the women fight for and get the right to vote, and I forget what year that was all at, right? And then, you get the right to vote, great, but it doesn't mean like 2 seconds later you're the president of the United States or nothing, right? Like things have to happen in society, blah, blah, blah. And women have to want to do these different things that they have the right to do or whatever, right? So I forget, but it actually gets into an interesting, not like specifically telling you here's the timeline, but because of the way they talk about different things, it starts to become clear that there is a timeline to all this stuff. And the part that was interesting to me was the first, I don't know who it is, so I'm not a good feminist or whatever, but like there was the first, whoever it was, some woman had to be the first female, let's say congressman or senator, congressperson or senator. And then, so there was whoever was the first, and I think they talked about it a little bit. I just don't remember who the lady was, but there was the first, and then there was, I guess the second and the third or whatever, right? And I think from what I understand from that, and whatever, some feminists can get mad at me because I don't know this right, but there was like I guess you could say waves. There was like love. What's the word? There was generations, I guess. So Hillary isn't like the first generation, but I think she's like the first wave or the first, of the first generations or whatever. of like females to pursue things like going into law school and whatever advocacy work or whatever politics, whatever you want to quantify, whatever the hell they call politicians, basically. So anyway, it's just interesting, and I never really thought about it. But then while they were talking about her or whatever, chatting her up, they mentioned how, like I said, I think the first female representative, and then how the transition, how the progress went. Anyway, in the process of all that, they show what's her face, Feinstein, and I was like, snap! I never thought about it, but Feinstein is one of the first wave. Like there was the first, and then there was like, let's say 4 or 8 or something female representatives, and that's Feinstein. That's her, like that's her wave, or that's her generation. So not only has she been around in politics for a while, but she's also like one of the first female politicians, period. And yeah, like it's not like that's necessarily all that big a deal. It's just I never really thought about it before, and that was part of it was neat. It's also definitely interesting watching, because they didn't hold any punches talking about the Hillary thing. They didn't hold any punches or shy away from pretty much anything. They had Hillary in it, like she's in it, and she's talking about people accusing her of murder and like all the different shit that she's ever had to deal with. It's 4 hours long. They literally talk about all the different shit. So certainly interesting to see her, what do you call, like what she'll blow off and what she thinks is important, and you know how like, her spin on how an issue, like how she describes a whole like era or whatever. Interesting. I don't know why they did it, unless I guess it's possible they think that she's still in the running for something, and that this will give let people know of her or whatever. It's pretty obvious that they even understand that nobody trusts her, and it was frustrating for. It seems as though they suggest in this show, it's made by Hillary. She suggests, or they suggest, that they were aware that no one trusts Hillary, and they suggest that that's frustrating for them. So I don't trust that more than it's something that they're going to have to deal with. They're either dealing with it or they've constructed it. Either way, whatever. But 4 hours of Hillary. So I'm guessing I'll be one of the few gun people to have actually sat through that 4 hours. I hope it's worth it after all this. It's going to take a little while, but it is the Terminator gun shop. So this is where I'd rather be watching Angelina, because she's way faster at doing this kind of tweaking or whatever this is called, adjustments. I don't do it enough, so it takes me more poking around before I figure out how a line is supposed to get a line to look the way I wanted it to look. And I have to settle a lot. Like I'll end up settling in those, like this isn't right. You can tell that ain't hitting those corners right. But I'm settling. Sometimes you can just leave the handles where they are, and just where you put the little tick. So like this handle has this much. Think of it as like a hose. Like its pressure out the hose is as long as this transform handle is. So the more I pull it to the left, it's going to try to push out the hose. Now, because there's another dot right here, it's not just going out, it's going out and to that dot. So if I over blast it, if I try to blast that water out, it wants to keep going, but then it also knows it has to go back, so it creates this weird angle. You can kind of tell from the physics there as I wiggle it. And that part, can be frustrating, because you gotta do what I'm doing now. Keep finding it, find the transform handle and wiggle. So another option is, let me make that weird again. Another option would be to take it and find it there and just leave the transform handle, but instead move the move the little dot to where, it kind of accomplishes what you want. But See now this one, it's in a little weird, so I'll just kind of move it a little bit. And I kind of accomplished the same thing. I never had to look for transform handles. I think that's what those things are called. But, oh, and this is how you completely screw it around. I'm going to leave it. Almost like a loaf of bread. So now I have to click on that and then give it transform handles. Shove them out there. Oh, see, that worked out pretty good, just wiggling it. So since you get the little preview, I can kind of wiggle around with the preview until it gets to pretty much where I want it, and then I just settle. So that's another way of doing it. Wiggle, settle. Wiggle, settle. See, I'm still going to have to do something here. It's crazy how when you look at something from a distance, you're like, oh, those things are basically all the same size. And then when you get up here to where you actually have to deal with all the little dinks, like, holy crap, these things are basically like fingerprints. There's almost nothing the same about them, except that their general shape from a distance is similar. All right, so now we're going to zoom. Oh, I still have one more, dang it. I don't know which one of these I thought I had right, but none of these were even close to right, really, huh? So now I'm going to wiggle and settle. Wiggle and settle. Wiggle. And now this time I'm wiggling, settling, but also anticipating that I can wiggle this one. And, nope, see my transform handles are screwed. There we go. Make these things a little bit more vertical, and then I can wiggle and settle. What time is it? 2 o'clock. If I had money, I would go to the gun show right now. This is the perfect time to go to the gun show. 2 p.m. It's going to close at like 4. Go over there with a pile of cash and just fill some collections up. See, this one has that weird hump. Wiggle and settle. This one has to come down. All right, I've been settling way too much. Let's transform handles. All right, that's close enough. So now I can zoom out and see if I like that or not. Maybe turn off. Oops, maybe turn off just this side. Just turn off this one side. Is that enough? Is that enough? Is that enough? I think that is enough, really. I'm going to give a little more detail to the door. So for something like this, it might be too light to even see it. But for something like this, it's the sign that's iconic and the fact that the corner is cut off and that's where the door is. So for this one, I think I'm going to leave all of this edge to just be there, space holders, really. I'm just going to detail up that door and put the address in there. Our subconscious will know that that address is right. That'll be like the fingerprint that makes it legit. That's like the RFID. But the sign and its position to the door will make it the Terminator gun shop. Now the question is that stupid billboard been there the whole time? So here's the question for the chat. Is that billboard in Terminator? Not the actual sign, obviously, but was the billboard there in Terminator? Or was it not? Let's see. Oh shit, you guys are talking about Hillary back here, so let me go back. Pancakes and belly rubs. Uh-oh, shoot, this dog is still sitting right here. What happens if I open this? Will she wake up? Opening the thing of pancakes did in fact wake her up. Ripping off a piece of pancake. Giving it to her. She ripped it in half. She ate half of the pancake. She's sniffing the other half to make sure it's not half poison. She ate the other half of the pancake. Now I'm petting her. She didn't bite me. So that worked. I was able to give her pancakes and belly rubs. Oh, I accidentally went to a comment that I've read before. Dang it. Let's see. I don't know who Kevin is, so let us know who Kevin is. I don't know. I mean, it was definitely propaganda, but she says she didn't kill anybody in her own propaganda documentary. Will she end being Joe's VP? This thing ended, it was recent, so it ended with her last run, but it was such a what's the word, propaganda piece for her, that it didn't touch anything new. I think she's too old, but I don't know. It definitely didn't. I guess it allowed the stage to be set for her to run again, but it didn't act like it was designed for her to run again. It was definitely, you could have watched this 4 hour thing about Hillary and said, that was a nice end. Like that was a good finish or whatever. Like that, like her the end moment or whatever. Like that would be a good final documentary. You know, if she's not dead or whatever, just let her go retire. But at the other side, she could easily, it's not a closing sentence. Like she could easily not even acknowledge this thing going. But it did kind of like say, and here's the end of Hillary, you know, like, or here's the way that, you know, she accomplished so much. What's funny is this, whatever, however you say that lady's name, Klobacher, she was in Hillary's thing. Like she must have been something, because in this 4 hour thing about Hillary keeps going back to the campaign with Trump. And it sheds a lot of light on the campaign with Trump. You know, I look at everything from 2A, and I'm a dude. So I don't look at stuff from being like an old lady who's been fighting for women's rights, and then some guy who says, grab him in the pussy, wins. Like that's got to piss you off as a feminist. And I never even really put too much thought to that level of it or that angle on it. But anyway, Klobuchar or whatever must have been something in Hillary's campaign, because in the flashbacks or like the parts where they allude to the last election that she lost with Trump, that chick is in it all the time, right? She did something. She was something. So I don't know if her running this time was like a payback, or if it's just because she knows everybody. You know, if you ran with Hillary, you got to know everybody. Hillary goes everywhere. She traveled more than like a hell of a lot of people. Like she did a lot of traveling. You can hate her all you want, but she did it all in our dime. I'm not saying she's a good person, but she's certainly well traveled. She's been everywhere. I don't think Hillary would settle for second in charge. I don't know. For a minute she would, right? Underneath of what's his face, I'll bet you she would. Underneath of Biden, you know she'd be second in charge to Biden. And what would Biden's odds of how long would he be president, right? Yeah, exactly. Although it doesn't even need to be. He could just step down. He'd just take a knee, right? He would just be like, oh, I forgot to tie my shoes. She's the president now. I'll catch up with you later. Yeah, but I can't see her winning against Trump. She lost against Trump. And even her own thing says that she, like her own documentary, she's sort of almost realistic about it. Like she couldn't have beat Trump. She's too nerdy. She tries to play it off like she's so good. Like, oh, I'm like super nice and I'm nerdy because I care so much. Not like I'm nerdy because I'm a calculating manipulator. But either way, her personality can't win with Trump. She's too nerdy to be a president. She's just not able to be a human being on stage. So her the human couldn't beat Trump, and I think everybody knows that, including her. So I don't think she would compete with Trump. Plus, she also got she got spanked in front of everybody, and I don't know. I'm not saying I know everything about her. I just watched a 4 hour video about her. But anyway, I don't think she would have a problem going in underneath Biden, because you know Biden would take a knee and just give it to him. Let's see, it doesn't hurt me that Californians voted for Sanders, but what does hurt me is that 110,000 voted for Bloomberg. That dude is the 14th richest person on the planet. Like, there's no precedent for what he could do if he wanted to spend his money. And he is spending his money. He's literally said he's willing to spend it all. Well, I don't know who Kevin is at Moss Pond, I guess. All I know is Eric and, what's his face, Barry, and then Ray. Half a million people voted for Bloomberg? That sucks. I don't know. I don't pay that much attention. Biden can't be older than Reagan or older than somebody else who's pretty freaking old. But Biden seems older than Carter, and he seems older than Obama, and he seems older than the Bushes, both of them. Maybe not the old Bush, the first Bush. I don't remember that guy that much, though. Forgot to change my shoe. Oh, yeah. I don't think she'd even go 4 years, because if you go 4 years as a vice president, then you're like, you can't be full term, something like that. You can't. I think that there would be like a date that they'd figure out that, like, oh, if you take over this date, then you can still serve 2 terms. And that's the day that he would take a knee or whatever. You have Bidenism. That's sad. Black Cutter Kevin also helps Eric with his videos. Oh, I haven't watched Eric's videos since 2012. So I don't know. I don't think I even watched his videos when we went there. I know of him. I don't watch other people's videos. All right, so back to firing the Terminator gun shop. Thanks again to the people that purchased stuff over at your website store. I don't like going over to the store on the computer, so I'm going to be careful here. I'm pretty sure I'm only screen sharing that screen. And a couple of people did purchase stuff from the store. So if you'd like to grab something from one of the free patch things, feel free. Or if you want to call out one of the gun shops, I've been live for an hour and a half. Holy moly. But the point tonight or today is to go live and watch some of the eBay auctions go happen. I guess the next one is in 22 minutes. We have a bunch of eBay auctions going right now. And all of these ones with the magazines are ending today at some point. So we'll open this up a little bit bigger on the screen. See how big I can make it. All right, that's pretty big. So we can take a look at some of the auctions that are going up today. I guess this might be better. We'll go back up to the top. Our name over on eBay is Gear Websites, and we'll drop a link here so anybody that wants to can go check out some of these auctions. Or if you're watching this in the future as just a regular video, feel free to jump over. Anything that doesn't sell today will just automatically, I think, get relisted, or else we'll relist it. And we always have all kinds of things over at the eBay store, so feel free to check it out if you're interested, or send the link to someone you think might be interested in buying something for themselves or as a gift, or if you want to grab some of these auctions that are on magazines, bundles of magazines or packages with a bunch of magazines in them. I'll consider gifting them to a gun shop or a shooting range or someplace like that where somebody might be waiting for somebody else to show up, or waiting for a call back from River 73 or something, who knows what, and have something just out there to read in the waiting room kind of thing. Or some places, some gun shops I've seen will have the take one, leave one type of box for the magazines. You have it for that kind of situation. But whatever it is that you do, remember it costs about $7.50, something like that now, $7.80, something, whatever it costs to flat rate ship them. So we priced them all that we're going to make like $2, $3 when they sell, $2, I guess, when they sell. So if they go up in bidding from the $10, that's $3 or $4 or $5 each that we'll make on these things. So we're keeping the magazines out of the landfill. We're making a few bucks for the tour, and if any of them for some reason catch on and make a bunch of money, then we've made a couple of bucks for the tour. In addition, though, it gives you something in your hand, maybe to give to a kid or to somebody who's new with guns or something. Or if you're just curious and you want to learn about tactical stuff, but you're embarrassed because you're an old FUD or you're a boomer or whatever, and you're afraid to ask tactical questions, you could buy one of these magazines and read about tactical stuff like we did in the olden days. Or if you're all about hunting or something, there's some hunting magazines in here. So let's take a look. We can go back up to the top here. We got one ending in 19 minutes. It's got one bid, and that's 8 different rifle magazines and catalogs. The next one is a bunch of AR-15 catalogs. So there's stuff in here from LWRC, Olympic Arms, Knights Armament. There's the Ruger 5.56 and the SIG 5.56. We got a Voltor catalog right there. There's another Voltor catalog. It's American Spirit Arms, it looks like. That's a Troy catalog. This is this is a Armalite catalog. These are Troy. No bids on that one yet. Then we've got this set of 5 Guns and Ammo magazines. I kind of figured this one wouldn't sell. It's just plain old Guns and Ammo magazines. But this is where you never know. Maybe that orange issue is some special issue that talks about some gun, or maybe this is the issue where some editor said something stupid. You never know. So I throw the things up there and call it like fishing. See, here's the same thing. Like, I thought these were the dumbest magazines out there. Like, these aren't interesting to me, but maybe there's something interesting about these because we got 4 bids on it. So you'll get 6 magazines on this one. I think On Target is one of the NRA magazines, right? This Concealed Carry is the magazine from USCCA. This Self-Reliance, though, is kind of a neat, it's like a American Survival Guide, except a little bit less preppy, but a cool magazine nonetheless. And then a couple of just decent, combat, personal defense handgun magazines. Maybe they got an article I don't know about or something. I don't know. Maybe it's just because there's bidding on it. Somebody says, hey, let me get a good deal on that. However it is, you're still going to get a good deal. You get 6 magazines for $12, free shipping. So that's $2 a magazine. Sometimes a back issue that's worth something is worth $15 by itself. So take the rest of them to the gun shop and drop them off as Goodwill or something. Not taking them to Goodwill. I'm never going to recommend Goodwill, which is a massive scam. Take things to Salvation Army or your local school thrift shop. Actually, you're there to make money and move stuff around. Goodwill's massive scam. Anyway, so next we'll get to Shooting Times, a bunch of other shooting magazines, 6 of them for one auction. We got some Guns and Gear magazines. These are actually pretty decent, a little more of a military type of focus. Then we got these Spyderco catalogs. Well, I guess it's a whole bunch of knife catalogs. So you got Spyderco, you got Leatherman, you got Benchmade and Benchmade. That is Gerber, that's Gerber, and this is... It must be something because I wrote it here, but anyway, a bunch of different knife catalogs. Spyderco catalogs are awesome. Benchmade catalogs are pretty darn cool. Half the time they tell you stuff about metals. They're just neat. They're like informative. They're not just cool looking, but they're informative. Plus they archive the various models. So I would think collectors would like catalogs just to keep track of where all the models come from, right? Anyway, that's just a bunch of random catalogs for $10. This is a thing called Mountain Hunting. I can't tell if it's a periodical or if it's like just a book, but I thumbed through it. I'm not into hunting that much, but it's from 2017 and it looks fancy. I had to put that in its own bag because it's pretty big. It barely fits in there. Then we got this, which is 3 kind of survival-ish magazines. You got Survivor's Edge, you got Zeroed. I think that's the first issue of Zeroed. And then something called Tactical World. So these are some of the recoil wannabe, like, hey, recoil worked, so let's make some more magazines. That's a bunch of those. We got some flashlight catalogs. You never know if catalogs are going to catch on, if people are interested in the images in them or the marketing strategies in them or, something else. But this is a bunch of light-related ones, almost industrial lights more than tactical. So some stuff in here from the 2010 Outdoor Retailer Show, which is, I keep calling it the SHOT Show for surplus stores or for camping stores, but it's actually, there was quite a bit of industrial stuff there too. So people that might work on the top of a bridge or at the top of a building, they're going to need the same kind of equipment that somebody who's mountain climbing is going to need. So I think that's why some of these catalogs have more of an industrial feel to them. Then we got some recoils here. This is from the first series, from the first year, issue number 2 and issue number 3. They didn't have targets in them yet back then. Then we got 3 issues, number 8, number 9, and number 10. Each of these still have the targets in them. So these came with a target in them the same way that old National Geographics used to come with a map in them. So each of these have a target in them. The one Target is a VW van, so I would think that Target would sell for more than $10 by itself. But this is issues 8, 9, and 10. All of these are off the newsstand, so none of them have any of the address labels or anything on them, and they were all from a non-smoking house, so they just have shelfware. Now, some of them did get passed around at the gun shop a little bit, so they have been read more than once. But then basically after we all got done reading them, they just went back to his shelf and sat there for the rest of the time, and are now are headed out with very little wear on them. Then we get the one that's got all the views. There's like hundreds of views. Is it going to tell us how many views this one has? Page views, 428 page views. Inexplicable. Most of the rest of these have like 8 page views, 10 page views. 20 is a lot. This one has 400. So something about these old catalogs. Some people like them. Some people must have them. That's why I put some of these knife ones up here too, because I can never tell. But these are only up to $10. But with 400 views, I'm guessing this one's going to be a fun one to watch. So if we're still live in 2 hours, we'll watch if that one goes crazy or not. Now, these are all Spyderco catalogs. And Spyderco catalogs, if you haven't seen one before, they're neat. There's a reason I have these, and that's because they're cool. Like, they take really good pictures. Their knives look awesome. They love knives, and they show that in their pictures. They really, really like their styles. There's the designs, and they take pictures to show them off. It's just they're good catalogs. Having knives is one thing. Having a collection of knives is one thing. Having a catalog that includes your knives is like icing on the cake. So I could see why people want these catalogs. We'll see if they sell or not. I'm sure they'll sell eventually because, like I say, they're just great examples of marketing. We got this surplus set, which is up to $16. That's pretty cool. Some of these, since these are 1 year, these are yearly annuals or whatever, some of these things can get difficult to get. Like, I know from collecting my AK ones that if I'm missing one of these, I'll have to pay $30 if I really want it, because if there's very few of them left, that's what you get. These aren't that old, so I don't think they're in that kind of demand. But there's definitely multiple versions of each of these that have sold on eBay. So there are people actively pursuing these particular issues. Hopefully together they'll combine and get a even bigger, what's the word I'm looking for? Final bid. Then sometimes when people are only looking for one, they're not going to pay for both. If they're willing to pay $16 for this one, okay, I'll pay $16, but I'm not paying $32 because I don't care about this one. But sometimes if people are looking to create a collection and they need both, then hopefully we'll see this one go up to even higher. But right now it's got 7 bids, $16. That's pretty cool. Still got 2 hours left on that one too. This one won't go out till tomorrow, so this would be the end of the ones today. If we are live, well, this will be the last one we'll watch today. But then it looks like we have a couple going off in 22 hours, so tomorrow sometime some more firepower ones. And then I guess all the hunting ones got reposted. I don't know how these got up here to go live on Monday, but anyway, it looks like a bunch of them will end tomorrow. So the hunting ones and ballistic there, and then there'll be a gap again, and then we'll have whichever ones don't sell today will be ending next Sunday at this time. So that's a bunch of eBay auctions. Minimize out of that a little bit, and I am going to take a break for a second here. Yawn a whole bunch of times off air. Wow, we've been going for 2 hours already. I barely got half of a little tiny lines drawn here. So I'm going to take a break, turn on some more of this metric wiggle music, and be back in a minute to keep drawing. Cone bread. Why does it say cone bread? All right, now I'll be back. this video, and you can watch us doing a $78 food prep. There you go. Oh my goodness, those gloves are amazing. The light beer virus. So I went to my favorite prepping store, the 99-cent only store, and I spent $77 and change. Let's just call it $78. And let's dig in. This is what it looks like in the bags. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. About $7 a bag. We got some paper goods because I wanted to rage panic buy some TP and some PT. You ever think about that? This is paper towel. This is toilet paper. It's TP and PT. So we got a couple of things of them. And you'd have to scale this up if you had more than one person, right? And I'm not going to suggest that this is the kind of rage panic buy that you're going to do for someone who has zero. This is for somebody who's already got stuff. And I wanted to supplement with stuff that fits my Mountain Dew lifestyle and stuff I'm going to eat, in other words, and inexpensive, but supplementing. So it's just putting some longer term storage. I played around a little bit with some things I don't normally get, but stuff I can work into my routine or whatever, and eventually just eat. It's not stuff that's only for food prep. It's just to have a little bit of extra stuff on the shelf that has some lifetime, or that has some shelf time. So we're going to dig in. Bunch of jelly beans, because it's something fun to eat once in a while. These are cheap, name brand, and fun because you never know what's in there. Whole bunch of peanuts, because I like eating peanuts. And some sunflower seeds to throw in there. Honestly, I would have grabbed some pumpkin seeds, but I just couldn't find them this time. So I'll probably add some pumpkin seeds to that mix. I get the kind that are without the shell. That's just a bag of flour and a bag of pure sugar. $1 each just to have them. Got a couple of things of juice that I normally don't eat, but it's got a shelf life of like a year, and it's got a little bit of sugar, but mostly juice concentrate. So just to have a little something different to eat, and some pancake mix, which I'll put into a different package, a more long-term storage package. A couple of dehydrated potatoes, and I'll put those in a better package. A couple of cornbread thingies, and I'll put those in a bigger package. Some beans and some peas for real long term. Next is my coffee drink. A lot of people like cream or sugar. I like baking soda in my coffee, so a couple of those. An apple cider vinegar and a pomegranate vinegar because of my lifestyle. And then another apple cider. A lot of liquids you can see. A bunch of low sodium V8s. And I don't normally drink these, but they have a long-term shelf. They have a pretty long shelf life, and these things are going to be good until sometime next year. So I'll drink them eventually. The low sodium I prefer over the regular, but it's got a flavor. You can use it for a soup or something, one of these beans or rice, and some flavoring. You can let it boil down, and it gets a little thicker, or just drink it, and it's refreshing sometimes. Be careful, drink this kind of shit. Make sure it doesn't give you the poops, right? You don't want to have to learn something like that when it's a circumstance when you don't want to be dehydrated. I got these vegetarian chilies, which aren't that good. I don't normally get them, but they're okay. Some no salt added corns. Another chili. Now, I get both this stuff and the cans, because the cans are way easier to eat. They've got moisture in them. You could take a can, even of this kind of gross kind of beans, add some ketchup or something to it, and it's going to taste a little better. But you got that moisture. And out here in the desert, I don't mind having some liquid in a can. And you can see I'm all about the beans. Got a bunch of rice over here. So all kinds of combos there can be made. Again, I didn't bother with too many spices because I own that kind of stuff already. So this is just adding stock to those kind of situations. But for some flavor, I got this enchilada sauce. And that's a big can, so open it up, spread it out. Or that chili, or corn. And even more of these V8s. And I don't know if I mentioned, I got a couple of these rock stars, which are a replacement for coffee. If you can't cook coffee, heat it up, and drink one of those rock stars, and you're out and running around. And then lastly, I don't normally get this, but I like to get nut milk for my coffee. So I'm going to try this chocolate rice stuff. It's got a shelf life that'll get me through a few months. And if I like it, I might seek out. I suspect it's at the dollar store because it's getting to the end of its shelf life. I might seek this stuff out at a fancy store and see if I can get some that has an extended shelf life. If I like it, it's some sort of rice drink they call it, with chocolate in it. So that's my rage panic buying, and this is how much stuff I was able to get at my preferred store, which is the 99-cent only store. All of this stuff was about $78, and lots of shelf life on it. Stuff I would be eating at some point anyway. Mostly a lot of beans and rice, and some canned stuff, and a lot of drinks. Let me know what you think. If I did an appropriate job of rage panic buying, I'm sure that you're all going to have comments about what I'm missing in here. But aside from what you consider obvious, this is a $77 supplement / rage panic buy. Watch the Frog Chats on Sunday, and you'll learn what to be mad at and afraid of. Thanks, Honda. Thanks, Matt. Never Enough Ammo on Mondays and Wednesdays. E-Honda on Sundays. See you there.
You can do it's like a prepping commercial.
The guys and gals at gunwebsite.com encourage you to take.
So now let's go look at reader. Shop. Go to images. Let's see if we can find one on the outside. Boom. No, this is something else. Here's a shot. Here's a shot from the movie. When it was called Alamo Sport Shop. So you can see that billboard at the bottom of the word guns. And if you were standing right here and looked up, where you would see that. So that billboard was there during the actual Terminator movie. And it would have said Alamo Sport Shop Guns. So what we're going to do is grab one of these pictures. What does this say? Rotate your character at this location. You find the item with weaponry or draw your deck. Must be some kind of Terminator game. Guess we're going to have to open this in a new tab.
Scroll out a little bit, move over. Yeah, just drop that right there. There's Terminator going in there. Brakes are the same. Oh, you know what I'm going to do though? I am going to open this in a new tab. Oh, look at how big that picture is. We'll copy that. Scroll out. We'll drop it on this layer also. Wow, that picture's that big. Anyway, so we'll take that, we'll save it. And then now we've got what it says on the door. So we can make the door accurate, even more accurater. We can make it the most accuristest. You can even make these little poles correct. Dang, it would have been cool to go to that gun shop. I'm hoping to get where it says Winchester on the outside. How do I get a big picture on the outside of the gun shop? Alamo Gun Show. California. Alamo Sport Shop. All right, so how can I do this without the easiest? That's a good question. So I think I can do it from over here. Go into here. Let's say type in this. And now going up here and type in this. Oh, close enough. How do you spell it then? There's no H in Terminator, I guess. Terminal. What is Terminator? You can make that a regular Terminator. Seriously?
Come on. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. Just over the movie. Maybe like this, or you're not going to be like this. Or you're going to be like that. Assholes. That makes no sense. All right, well, I guess we are going to do that. So we're back to here. We're going to check out how the auctions are doing. Oh, 6 minutes left in this next one. 0 bids. So it looks like another one might get rolled over till next week, unless somebody comes in at the last minute. There was a bid on that. We got one with 0 bids. Then we got one with 4 bids. It's up to $12. So you take $7 out of there. We're making about $5 on this auction. I'll take $5. Appreciate it. And about $2 coming in from the knife catalogs. Did somebody just bid on it? Somebody just bid on that one. Got the recoils. 2 bids up to $9. See, it must be somebody bid on it, and then somebody else bid 2 cents more, and that's how they got a second bid. And it has to be. There's only up to 2 bids with 400 something views, but we still got 2 hours. And then a bunch of bids on this one. And that'll be our last one today. Yeah, that'll be our last one today. So those stay. We still got 2 hours out, 5 p.m. Everybody changed their clocks today and screwed us. So it is 2 hours from now still. Looks like we got 4 people watching. So sorry. And then I don't see anything happening on the tubes. Let's see if anything's happening. So we got Never Enough playing video games over here playing video games. So let's go make fun of him playing video games. He's not even playing a video game.
Bezel bolt action, 10 round. So pretty cool. A little better than inexpensive.
What the hell? This guy's
Every time I hit my microphone.
That guy's not a professional. Professional playing with dolls. He doesn't even know he doesn't have the whole gun. He thinks he's got the whole gun right there, I guess. So I'm proud of it. All right, so we're going to watch what's going on over here. Oh, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go steal views off of his shit. Let's go over here. Over there. We're going to grab this.
Let's see. Ben outrageous. I bet Kamala Harris would munch carb between VP. Hell, she's already chilled chicken. No offense, because that's true. It says Italy has quarantined 16 million people. That is true. Up in northern Italy, they have quarantined 16 million. I think it was over 16 million people. Shut down schools, all kinds of stuff. So it's getting bad in some places, man. It's going to eventually get bad here.
Look, he's over there panicking right now.
Might as well just get used to it. Start taking your vitamins now, try and get healthy. Harris says, will a muzzle brake work with a cone on a 10.5-inch barrel 5.56?
Don't listen to that guy. He's all panic. He's all panic and rage. 3 minutes left. Looks like 4 of them are paid for. Thank you very much for the people that are doing that. Never Enough Gun Panic is more like it.
I guess it's just easier to watch from here. Now, if this thing's going to do a countdown, I'm guessing it's going to also auto update this bid if it does get a bid. But I guess we're going to just watch. I know. People that watch enough of this show are going to start making this Pac-Man sound all the time. People are going to think you're weird. I was probably doing that when I was buying that stuff at the store today, walking around going. Taurus Califican. Taurus Califican? What the fuck does Taurus Califican mean? Califican. Only Calificans. Or does that mean all Calificans? All Calificans. Trade-ins welcome. That's fucking English. Because this should be Bienvenidos. No, that means good day. Fuck is welcome. I don't know what welcome is. Matt didn't help me learn Spanish shitty, like I am. He's over there helping a couple hundred people not speak Spanish. Good. I got 4 people over here that are learning shitty Spanish for free. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I'm fucking up. All right, let's lock this panel, right? And let's go back to that layer where I'm supposed to be doing stuff. Let's go to the arrow and let's click on something, and that'll create that tool in the whatever they call it, the temporary memory. Now I can start clicking, and it'll be applied to the correct layer and in a similar format that it would. And I have to guess where this goes. Let's see. Here. And then down. Oh, this one just ended? Dang it, it did just end. 0 bids. Dang it. Now we got 9 minutes left on these guns and ammos. I don't know who would buy those. Like, say, unless there's something going on in those issues that you need for a collection, I can't imagine anybody's going to buy those. The handgun ones, I would have thought the same thing, though, honestly. I can't imagine somebody buying it on Target. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something about that issue of on Target that's so good. It's an old one. It's 2003. But it's got 4 bids, so that's why I put them on eBay, because I don't know. Would you be willing to make me a mod who would only abuse the power when convenient? I don't need mods, though, do I? Is there people doing stuff over here? This is a big-ass channel, 167,000. Anybody can be a mod when you're under 100,000. Matt gives away mods like it's water. I got 160,000 people over here. This is big time. I don't really care. I can't do it from here. But if I needed a mod, I would ask for some help. There's some mods out there that I wouldn't fucking, eat dinner with right now because they're dicks. They've turned into dicks or something. Or they quit hanging out, and I don't know who the hell they are. I haven't known them in 2 years, and they were mods on our channels. That's mainly why I don't put mods out there, because what the hell? Unless you need them, they're just giving people access. But on the other hand, who cares? Because it's not that big of power. It's just feeling to shut people up, I guess, really. I guess you could abuse it. I don't know. There's only 4 people watching my chat. Nobody abuses my chat. People are afraid to watch this chat. This kind of stuff. Anybody can watch Matt's chat. It's easy. It's like eating whipped cream. I watched that movie about a chick that swallows weird shit. It's a weird movie. She starts swallowing a marble, and then she swallows a thumbtack. Who the hell would eat a thumbtack? She'd bleed, you know, made her bleed. Like, I don't know why you'd be like, that made me bleed. Now I'm gonna eat something else that's weird. But she did. It's a whole movie about it. I don't think I'd recommend that movie to anybody. I'd recommend the Hillary 4-hour movie if you like Hillary that much. I can guarantee I probably will never watch the Hillary movie ever again. Wasn't that good? Well, I thought I was putting these lines in right before, but I was not putting these lines in right before. So it's this easy to switch them. You just flip to this little guy instead of the other one right above him. And now when you move individual dots, you move individual dots and not the whole thing. So now I can put a dot down where I think it should be. This is where it was. Yeah, this is where I want it to be. And I got those little preview lines. And now I can figure out that, oops, this should have been on that line. And this should be on that line. And boom, it sort of builds itself now, which is nice. So now I can get these things right where I want them. Get a lot better guesstimates of where some of these things should be based on all that. That's fine, that's fine. Maybe move that thing over there. Maybe move that to there. Maybe move that to there. What do we got going on here? That's actually just fine. Maybe there. Maybe there. Did. So tired. Am I drinking coffee? Drinking water. That ain't helping nothing. Let's see. No, I just like the blue name. Oh, well, that's a better. That's decent. Did she swallow a fly? I guess she'll die. But can older mods mod younger mods? No, I don't think so. You can't perp a mod. Is that what that would be called? Is that perping a mod? What's that called? Three minutes. What the hell was that? What the fuck made that noise? What the hell is that? Oh, dang, that scared the shit out of me. All right. What was I doing? I went over there to do that, and that opened up the microphone, and then something amplified, and I thought somebody was in here. I almost drew on them. I would have been drawn on myself. That would have been scary. I'm almost as fast as myself, so I could have probably got the draw on myself. Alright, what we got going over here? Let's see what's this auction. 2 minutes left. I need to refresh because I get some little refresh for me. Alright, so now let's get this window over here. So how by unlocking it, clicking it, bring it over here-ish. And now let's make it kind of half transparent. And it's really trippy because we're watching 2 different things transparent on each other. So one thing we can do is crop this bottom one to get rid of the Terminator, get rid of the bricks as much as possible. Look, we can even get rid of most of the door, because what we'll still have left over is enough frame. We got the bottom of the door and that line and the handle and everything. So now that's a lot easier to deal with. Try to bring it down to kind of fit into that area. That's about right, because it should say store above the handle and wide clearance sale under the handle. So that was not good. Undo. Bring it over here. Give it a little bit of a dink. Maybe just dink it a little bit. Try to get that lined up. Is that the way to do it? Oh shit, that is the way to do it. So guess what? Instead of having this stupid red doofus fucking thing there, we're gonna have the actual store. It's gonna say what it's supposed to say. So that was the layer on the bottom there. We're going to go back up to the layer with the lines on it, and we're going to grab the tool that lets us just plain old draw. And this time we'll draw in like a blue color. And then just try to draw. This is without dinking the mouse. I cleaned up pretty good, but I'm going to still undo that, and now I'm going to dink my mouse in 2 layers. Now my mouse is really accurate. I DPI'd the shit out of this mouse. I'm moving it all over my table to do what I'm doing right now on the screen. So it's allowing me to be pretty much dead on and take all the time in the world to get that curve as accurate as I possibly can. That is definitely close enough for this. This thing sell? No. Next up is this handgun one for 14 minutes from now. Problem is now I'm going to go up one more notch. This thing is going to try to smooth. And when you're super DPI'd up like I am, I kind of don't need it to smooth. And what'll happen when it tries to smooth, because it's a stupid AI, it'll kind of screw things up sometimes, but not always. So you got to kind of play it by ear. You can't just go on autopilot with these robots, that's for sure. You know, somebody did this with like one of them big ass shoe polish marker things. So I feel like I'm going through whatever motion some dude did in 1984, or some chick, sexist, wiping this on this door. In a way, I'm even more part of Terminator, in a kind of a way. How many vector images of the door sign on Terminator Gun Shop do you think there are online? Are you watching the only one ever that have ever been created happen right in front of your eyes right now? The only vector image of the shoe polish art on the front of the gun shop in Terminator? happening live right now. 7 people are witnessing it. The rest of the world might as well be sitting on a bunch of tacks. Might as well be swallowing tacks, pooping out blood. Yeah, they're not watching this. They're not witnessing this happen. Oh, how do they get that end so big? They intentionally make that end just to mess with me? Ugh, I hate that end. I feel like old man at the gun shop owes me like $5 for shoe polishing this onto the front of his sign for him. Whoever did this knew how to spell clearance and stuff. Must have written it before. I mean, it's spaced well, and it's a big word to spell. I don't understand the store-wide sale being white and then clearance being more blue. But maybe because of the way you have to write clearance, it would have just looked like a big smear. Huh? So you can't be 100% true because the E would look dumb. But it's as accurate to, well, not quite. That's what I should really do. How do you do this? Oh, is it that easy? Is that even legal? Can I do this? Can I highlight this? Do this. Highlight this stuff. Not these pieces. Just these pieces. So just these pieces. I see what's trying to do. Not this piece and not this piece. And I definitely also want this piece. And now copy that. Let's just copy it for now. Let's just not do anything crazy. Make this disappear for sure, but we're going to open this up. We're going to zap it down right here. Let's just zap it down right here. It's the same one as before. Now I'm going to expand the interference on all that. I just did it. So let's just not even act like it might do it. I did it. Now I'm going to do that. And what happens if I do this? I just did that too. So that just happened. And now I'm going to give it a border of white. Are you ready for this? I just did it. Boom. That's how you do it. And I know that just cheated off Angela. That's what she would have did. Boom. So now, what did I do? I turned off something. No, I guess I turned it back on. Now I can do this. Now it's in blue with white edges. I don't know of any other vector image of the Terminator gun shop that has that level of accuracy. All right, and now I can click this back on, and I don't even need this layer. But I will, well, I see what I have to do. I need to go to this layer, turn this layer off, lock it, go in on this layer, remove all of this stuff, but not this stuff, or this stuff. Delete this stuff. I'm going to go so far as to delete that. Open this. Lock this. Now I can easily grab all of that, group it. It's already fucking grouped. And then cut. Just shut up. Cut. And then go back to this layer and paste. Gotta go down almost in the right spot like that. And now I have a kind of shitty version of that in vector. It's definitely taking up the right space. It just isn't quite the right width everywhere. All right, so now we've got that. And I can go back to the lines and I can continue to line the hell out of this thing. So I'm going to click on one of those lines and now I have it as my tool. And now I can go see what else I need to line up. Anything else that I want to line up? I've got the roof. Oh, I was going to compare with the real one. No, it's there's all the other real ones. We're out for all my other ones. Oh, I squished the other one and shoved it over here, that's all. And then, I did do that. Fuck. So I destroyed the image instead of making a copy of it. It's always a dumb one. All right, well, I don't think I had anything else on that other image. It was mostly the door and Terminator walking in, so I don't care about that. I'll now try to get this to be right, right? I know Angelina would use the font itself. They got that kind of skills. But I think it'll look like. But if I don't use it that way. Let's go see if anything's getting a bid. 6 minutes, 4 bids, $12. I think it was already at that. All right, so I guess I'm just gonna do it the cheap way. Cheap, dirty way. And I'm also going to delete that other line. Question mark. Get rid of this. Yeah. And yeah, I do need to work on it some more. I really need something like this around it, I think. Alright, once it takes that long to make a nice smooth-ish shape, I'll just paste that. I'm not going to try to do that every single time. And hopefully, it'll be close enough that I can just do that. Paste a bunch of content. Alright, so let's see how that's looking. Not bad. So there's 6 people watching. Let me know. I gotta go walk away for a bit. I can leave it on hold, or we've been going for 2.5 hours. I could let it go at some point here. I have a couple of links out there just to Matt and to Honda, and I don't know what Matt's doing. Let's see if let's see how we are with. We got 40 minutes, 43. We still got like an hour for some of these auctions. We don't need to stay going for every one of these things. I figured I'd go live and draw a little bit. We do have other things I need to jump in and out to go do here. And now we'll open this up and see where Matt's at with his chat. Whenever Matt's over crying about video games, then Yankee will go live and he'll cry about something else. And then Honda goes live with his frog chats.
It's like almost every alien race that humans ever run into, they all have fucking powers. What the fuck happened to us, man? Why the hell are we the only ones that didn't get any superpowers? Bullshit. Video with regular star. Nah, fuck that dude. I don't like it. Jumpy says they live in World Cup with nature.
All right. So, like I say, give me some feedback out there. Oh, 1 minute left. 4 bids. Why did that pop up on the side chat? I'm not sure. 49 seconds. Oh shit, Smeggy grabbed these. Or he's about to. Your item will sell. So it is 30 seconds left. See if they get a sniper in there. Sniper in there. So maybe you want something about one of these issues or something. I don't know what popped up in the side chat. All right, now we've got, I think Smeggy just got that one. Now we'll, oh my goodness. I'm going to go in there and act like I'm rubbing the dog's belly, but I'm really going to lay down for a second. Hopefully I won't fall asleep, but I need to lay down for a second. Passing out here. And then I'll be back and draw her some more of the Terminator gun shop. Make these circles yellow. Write gun shop and stuff in them. But for now, I'm going to go check on my dog. Wink, wink.
That's actually a lot better. I don't know what you're talking about still with what popped up in the side chat, so let me know. Went in there and laid down with the puppy for a minute, just closed my eyes. I don't know, I haven't been up that long. But I think my eyes just get wiggy looking at the computer screen for so long, maybe. This one still has 11 minutes left. No, it's... Is Matt still over there corking us? 185 people watching.
It's right there. And it's not going to focus, but it's there. Last time you stacked quarter costume. There you go. Let's see. Fighter says, you got to tumble dry your undies on low heat. The high heat is shrinking them down and choking your boys. Okay. Mike Wilson, I know they had a lot of faulty safeties where you shut the gun just right to a pop off. And it was very controlled test that they did. Billy Crowder says Bernie's getting too excited lately. It's hard on for Fidel Castro's tyrannical communism has been hurting his campaign. Keep on spouting the crap, Bernie. I agree. Rob Zombie says I think Vader would just get annoyed freezing in carbonite and keep as a lamp. Actually, that's probably what he would do, right? Jarmail says I didn't know American Eagle made ammo. Yeah, American Eagle, right? I'm saying the wrong thing. Yeah, American Eagle. It's federal. American Eagle's owned by federal.
Who cares? What are you talking about? He doesn't even know about ammo.
I'm like, wait, am I getting something wrong?
I don't even know about
I know American Eagle's also like they do clothes, but there's also an American Eagle that's owned by federal that makes ammo. People question says even during the coronavirus, no one wants to. Some people do. I don't. But. My name says 10-round Mosin test. Not yet. I've got to go make chili. Hopefully my Tylenol stays kicked in long enough that I will make the chili, eat the chili, get on Yankees chat, and feel just fine. Right now I feel okay. Got a little drainage down the back of my throat. Throat's a little tender.
I'm an old man and I've got problems. I'm falling apart.
All right. I'll probably get a little bit late. And then we'll see more for hasty headlines.
Never enough chats is what this guy should say. Never enough quark in other people's chats.
All right. John B. Bridge wants to get with all the phenomenal comments for everything. I know he truly does appreciate this week's sponsorship. You guys helped him. So later, guys. Take it easy. Have fun. Enjoy.
There, that'll steal a bunch of viewers from him. So let's watch the 6 viewers go up to 600? 700? I don't know. Maybe we'll get today. We'll see if Honda jumps in here. So far, Honda hasn't had the balls to jump in here because he's been out prepped. What the hell? There's my mouse. All right. My mouse back. All right, so we got 8 minutes left on this $9 auction that doesn't have any bids. I won't get any bids. Then we got these guns and gear magazines. There's so many channels named on guns and gear. You think people would like the magazines? What the hell? We lost a viewer? We're supposed to gain viewers. I'm over there sucking up viewers. Probably should put an artboard behind these things if I'm going to do them, huh? So these artboards are basically the piece of white that shows up behind it so that you can see it easier. That's all. And it's not a layer or nothing. It's not part of nothing. It's just behind everything, I guess. I'm going to have to get some coffee or something. So we'll keep working on that. Add a little chocolate nut milk to this coffee. This is chocolate almond, though, not that gross chocolate rice stuff that I saw or I posted in the video.
4, we're losing viewers. We're supposed to be gaining viewers by the droves, not hemorrhaging them. I had more viewers when I was in there laying down with the dog. I should just stay away. If I stay away from the videos, they do better. Let's see how my phones do. Anything coming in on my phones? Oh my. What did everybody know? It is 3:08 today. It is March 8th, which makes it 3:08. I quit eating that crap about a little bit before Thanksgiving in 1989. I quit eating McDonald's and everything pretty much around Thanksgiving. I know I didn't eat Thanksgiving. I hate Thanksgiving, so I finally got sick of it all and quit eating Thanksgiving in 89. I don't even remember. Something like that, though. I'd have to think about it really hard. If I stay out of a chat, we get more chatters. It's weird. I don't know. Right now, it's going to be a bunch of people going over and listening to Yankees chat more than likely now. All right, as far as lines go, I think I'm going to leave it for a minute, and I'm going to go try to get some color on here, and that'll make it a little easier to figure out what's going on. And these pictures, I'm not trying to make them like too good, but they're not, I want to get the point across, but obviously they're not going to have a lot of detail in them. I can do a face in 5 minutes. How come it takes so long to do everything else? I guess there's more involved in this other stuff. Yes, maybe. I don't like that. Oh, well. I cut this off so I could watch these auctions, and now I'm screwing with the whole point of having this big ass monitor. So in a minute here, I think I'm gonna change my whole mind on this layout. But I guess I'm gonna look at these auctions real quick first. 1 minute left. I don't think we'll get any bids on that one. Oh, John Z is out there now. I kind of jumped in there and said that, but people that watch Matt's chat don't care about what I'm doing. People that watch Matt's chat sit around watching video games, I guess. Playing with dolls. We are watching some auctions. John is asking what we're bidding on. And I got some auctions running over here that looks like another one's about to end without any bids. But we've had quite a few auctions up today and quite a few more. Looks like 1 hour, 21. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And this 11th one is about to end within the minute, literally. It's got 45 seconds left on it. We can see the countdown getting down 30 seconds. So these are auctions that I posted over on eBay last week, throughout the week, and they've all ended today. So we've been going live, been drawing the gun shop from Terminator from a picture that we took back in 2016 while visiting LA. And then we've been watching these auctions end. So like I say, this one's got 15 seconds left, and it doesn't look like it'll get any bids. I'd say maybe a third of the auctions have ended, with somebody bidding on them. And so far, none of them, I don't think, has gone past one bid. So most of these are magazines, periodicals. Yeah, that one just ended without any bids. There's periodicals that a friend of mine had and gave to me for the cause here. And they're gun magazines, survival, hunting, gear, mostly magazines, a couple of catalogs as well. And the catalogs are coming out of my piles. Some of these are out of my piles too, but I had a bunch of magazines that I had on eBay a long time ago, and for whatever reason, I posted them in auctions with a whole lot of magazines. Like some of them had 20 magazines, I think, in each lot. And I had them in the large media mail because I thought for some reason that the cheapest shipping would be the way to go. And nobody was buying them. And I think it had nothing to do with the amount of money they were paying for shipping. It's that who wants to wait like weeks to get something, that's coming from the United States. So something clicked and I said, I might as well send them in these puffy bubble envelopes. Those bubble envelopes cost $7.60 or something, $7.80 to ship. But they get there in like 4 days or 5 days. At least that's what they're guaranteed. A lot of times those bubble envelopes will get there in 2 days. I'll send something to somebody when it goes in one of those envelopes sometimes, and it'll tell me, 5 days. And then 2 days later, they're posting it on eBay, on Instagram. So I don't think they take all that time. They just guarantee it'll be there within that time. So either way, I don't think people bid on some of these things, not because of cost, but because of the shipping. So anyway, I've posted all this stuff with free shipping and then just priced them all at $9.99, basically. So $10. So like I say, $7.80 or something is shipping. So I basically make $2 and a couple of change on each of these if they sell at the $9. So if they go up, if they get bidded on, maybe I'll make a couple of bucks. So far, I think one auction sold for $30, and that would make me $20. But the guy never paid for them. So it was actually the second auction of all of these to finish, and nobody has paid for them. And it's been a couple of days. So it's possible that they're traveling or something. So I'm not too concerned. But anyway, that's what we're watching, is a whole bunch of auctions that have been ending throughout the day. And then while they've been ending, we were making fun of Matt's chat because his chat's weak and it's barely only live for like an hour or whatever, and we've been live for 3 hours. We're legit and real. His chat is weak and flimsy. So we were over there making fun of him, pushing his chat around. And then we've been drawing the gun shop in the movie Terminator, like I say, from a picture I took back in 2012 when we were visiting the area with Smeggy, and Smeggy just bought an auction over there. So I don't even know if he's watching this. Maybe his ears were ringing because we were talking about him. And that made him think, I should go buy some magazines. I'm not a gamer, so Matt's chat, I don't run to watch live. Yeah, there's no reason. He basically just cries and complains and, my fingers hurt. Or he says things like, I need to take aspirin because my eyes hurt. I have a headache. And then he keeps playing video games. Yep. And I use those mailers, use them as regular folders for paperwork. I guess you could do that. Although that's a non-official government use for them, and I feel obligated to report you. So I have your contact information. I'll send that to the Postmaster General. You're welcome. No, this shop is where he goes in and he says Uzi 9mm, blah blah blah, 40-watt range. And then the guy goes, just what you're seeing on the shelf, bud. And then he goes, I think that's when he says Uzi 9mm. Then he starts loading the shotgun. You can't do that. I don't even think he says anything after that. He just shoots the guy, and he gets the long slide gun. All right, so easiest thing I think to do is just to take the roof and drag it back to the top. Leave it brown. Now all this other stuff can be a different color. It can be, hey, I should figure out what the real color was, but I think it was the same. So we'll take that and we'll try to find a color over here. It'll work. We're gonna go with that color. All right, and now we'll go over here and we'll also make that color. And then we'll go to there and we'll make that color. Look how it's coming out. Look how it's coming out. Look how it's coming out. Like trying to get water out of a desert. You just gotta find the right cactus and cut the end off of it, and then it'll collect water. Just keep in mind that cactuses take like 70 years to get to where they're like as high as your knee. So all these people are like, hey, go up to this ancient thing that's been alive, growing in that spot that it's in through all the storms and droughts and forest fires and animals and Indians and cavalry and everything else since before your grandparents. Since your grandparents' grandparents were little babies, this little cactus has been growing. And then they be like, go out in the woods and just jam a knife into the top of one of them, into the apex meristem where it grows out of. Basically, it's a little piece of a plant that tries to go up. Go in there and jab that out of there with a knife in the hope that somehow water will collect. And I don't know, I think they just did that because they thought it was funny or something back in the day, not even realizing that a bunch of dinguses are going to go out there and just do that with a pocket knife because they got nothing else to do and they want to try to impress their girlfriend who's paying attention to her phone instead, and kill cactuses that are older than piss, older than rocks. When are we going to start saving the rocks? I mean the cactuses. We're going to start saving them. All right, so now I got a bit of a building going on there, and it doesn't really matter what it looks like too much because this building is this sign over here and this door. So now I'll start working on those things, which are the only things that really matter in this whole freaking building. I was trying to go watch the movie right now so that I could get a better idea, but I can't find the dang movie nowhere. Cactus Squid MW. Cactus Isses or Cactus Eye? It's Cactus Eye. Cactus Izzy. Cactuses are the terrorist cactuses that come from the Middle East. I know it said Winchester, dang it. I need to get a screenshot of the front of this gun shop. Try again. Gun shop. Outside. I'm not finding it. Oh, there's a better. There's a pretty decent. Oh, I had that picture before, but it's still not a good picture. Filming locations of Chicago and Los Angeles. What? What? What are you saying to me? Look, it said Winchester right there. Dang it, I need to get that Winchester. Look. What are they talking about, Chicago? What part of Terminator was filmed in Chicago? I tried to go to some places where like they filmed Night of the Comet, but it turns out that I didn't know you could go to this. Night of the Comet, they tore down the area that the girls go. Daddy would have got us Uzis, and that's underneath our shopping center right now. This says that the gas station exists. I thought the gas station did not exist. I would go to the gas station at the end of Terminator. That would be pretty cool. If you had a Jeep and you haven't gone to the gas station at the end of Terminator, what the hell is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Why do they act like some of this is filmed in Chicago and none of it is filmed in Chicago? Terminator driving a car into the police station, still searching for this location. Yeah, no shit. It's some sort of police station underneath of a building. Why are they acting like any of this is filmed in Chicago? Liars. I pretty much went to the same observatory. It's really boring though. I guess the gun shop is in Van Nuys. Why the music in the background? Because it's boring just sitting here without any music playing. This is non-attribution required royalty-free music from YouTube that I can play without anybody getting mad at me. Oh, look at this. There's a freaking shirt from that place. Oh, it's fake. Fake. It's not even the right logo. Fake. Lame. It's like double fake. Alright, this is driving me nuts. I can find a Terminator DVD somewhere and play it. This motel I could have gone to too, but it was somewhere weird and it didn't look like the motel anymore. Well, there's a lot more of the Winchester sign. Let's see if this is the same website or not. This is some other blog. Pretty sure you can't play any of Terminator without getting copyrighted. That's Terminator 2, so nobody cares. All right, so I guess I'm not going to find a picture that I want from the movie. I'm going to have to go find it. I just don't remember if they show the whole side of the building or not. I do know that you can see that there's the place in the background. See, I'm confused because I've been there, so I don't know if I'm remembering stuff from the peripherals or if I saw stuff in the peripherals. Either way, I guess I'm just going to have to go with it now. And go like this. I think I will just say Winchester. Search for it under logo and then type logo. Now I'll get this. And I think, how big is this? 400, not big enough. 700, not big enough. 700, come on, give me a big one. Give me a big one. I don't want a little one. I want a big one. 500, 800. Sick of looking. So if that one's not any bigger, 800. So we'll open that in a new tab. We'll copy that image. We'll go over here. We'll zoom out. All right. I guess we'll check these auctions to see what's happening. 2 minutes left on this one with the spider toes. Looks like those magazines just ended with no bids. So it looks like all the rest of these are going to end here in the next 15 something minutes, hour. Damn, still an hour. 1 hour left. Yeah, 5 o'clock. There's 1 hour for some of these. So we'll see if these are going to get any bids. Right now, one bid, $9 for a bunch of knife blade or knife catalogs. 2 minutes, 42 seconds. 7 days. One bid. OPSEC 67 is good. Somebody's got operational security 67 times. Those websites are not dedicated to Terminator, no. They're dedicated to filming locations of all movies. I just went to the Terminator page. They're sort of like Wikipedia. There's a bunch of pages, though, that pay attention to where movies have been made. So they're like that movie database thing. They'll show you all the pictures of stuff, but that's all they care about is where stuff was filmed. They don't care much else about the thing. So it's just got the one bid with, where'd it go? Less than a minute. One bid. Where's the time? Can't see the time anymore. So the time must be 1 minute left. So how does that work? Why isn't it counting down? 1 minute left. It's going to say 1 minute for a long time. Oh, I guess 1 minute, 28 seconds. There we go. So 1 minute, 5 seconds with one bid. Yeah, but for real, it's cacti. Multiple cactus. I need to refresh this page. This page will do a countdown. See, this one's at 43 seconds. I just don't trust that this page will switch the bid. So I look at this one to see if the bid is updated or not. But it doesn't look like anybody's going to bid on these. So this one will go for that money unless somebody bids in the next 30 seconds. It's possible that somebody sets snipers up. Snipers are little automated programs that watch an auction like this, and they'll usually bid within the last 5 seconds so that nobody else has an opportunity to outbid them. You mean join in the chat? Sure, I'll send you an email. And 18 seconds. I'm guessing this one will be over. Boom, that one ended with one bid. And the next one will be, this mountain magazine, mountain hunting magazine, which will be in a minute. So that one won't get any bids. We'll see if these get any bids. These zeroed magazines sold for like between 10 and 15 bucks a piece for just the one. Well, like I said, it doesn't mean nothing. When you put them up with other magazines, people don't necessarily value those others. They'd rather buy their one for 15 than all three for 16, you know. And there's Smeggy.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? How's it going, G-Webs?
Yeah, it was just me. So, yeah, pretty good. You, me, let's see. So there's you, me, and John, right? So that's 3 of the 4 people watching. And then there's one other person. So Pants and us 2 and John. That's the 4 people. Anyway, yeah, so I had all these auctions going. It looks like you already grabbed one of them. And
I got 2 of them.
Oh, you did? Okay, I haven't been paying attention to everyone. And then this thing, like I say, you can see the countdown here. I can see the countdown. I just don't trust it because, you know, I want to see this go up. So anyway, this doesn't look like this one's going to go out. And then I don't know if I'm going to stay live for another hour. It depends on how long we BS here. I sent Matt a link, and instead of joining this chat, he corked me. He decided to go live in a feeble attempt to play video games or whatever, in a desperate attempt to get views. So he went live and played video games. And then I gave Honda a link, but he don't have the balls to join a live conversation that hasn't been rigged in his favor or scripted. That's the way I figure it. So Smeggy didn't care. He jumped in here even though he didn't see the script.
Yeah, I'm flipping through it right now, so I've got to figure out which character I'm going to be. I think I'll be the purple person, and so I'll just read all the purple lines.
The sad part is it's not a color text, so I don't know what colors Smeggy's seeing, but actually printed.
Maybe I shouldn't have eaten all those brownies this afternoon from the stranger I met.
You're in California. You can't eat things from the streets in California these days.
Actually, as a matter of fact, the Smeggy watch, I am not in California at the current moment.
Oh, okay. Now, normally when you're in that state, you don't even have to go to the bathroom anymore. Like, you don't have to go find an actual bathroom. Like nowadays, you can just find a bush and poop. That's got to be super convenient, right?
A bush? You don't even need that. I mean, the more in the open, the better.
Well, I just need it civil. Like you might want to. My one dog, when I was young, I had this dog, and for whatever reason, he never liked pooping just on the grass. But if there was a bush or some little thing he could poop on, he loved it. Like he would go over and squat on a bush, poop up next to a bush. Like he loved sticking his butt next to something and pooping on it. And I could just see that, like, you know, some landscaper or somebody minding their business. Like, what is this? Oh, here we go. A poop at like not quite waist level. He wasn't that tall, but you know, up off the ground, just hovering in a bush. So anyway, when people who can actually do it at literally at waist level, that would be horrible. That's all I'm saying.
Especially so like a pine tree. It's like, this is the worst Christmas ornament ever.
Exactly. Like going behind the bush. At least that would have some kind of that would be like some couth, some amount of respect. Like, excuse me, ma'am. Or like, oh, there's a old lady waiting for the bus here. I'm gonna poop behind the bush instead of right in front of it. Out of respect.
I can say that I appreciate your thinking, but that has not been my experience.
Is it really like people just poop though, or is that just a thing?
No, it's real.
There was
It's
a
like
thing here.
lean up against the building or something, but it's like right there on the sidewalk. Everyone just kind of walks around, pretends they don't see them. I always get the urge to kick them, but I never do.
We had a deal here for a while where I forgot what the situation, what it was. Like something caused it. I don't think it just happened naturally. Like somebody did something to somebody, and this was the way that they were resolving it, or this was the consequences or something. Anyhow, we had a bunch of people that didn't have homes that could live. There was like some sort of rule where they could live in a thing, and it was okay to be on the sidewalk if it was like under whatever. Let's say 3 foot by 4 foot by 2 foot. Like there was some dimensions that somebody made up, and if a thing existed that was under those dimensions, then the police could not tell you to get it off the sidewalk. If it was over those dimensions, hey, get that off the sidewalk, right? So whatever that was, somebody decided, hey, why don't we make free shelters for the people without homes, and then just give them to them, right? Like just have them, and we'll just make them and give them to them. So that's what they did. They went around making these things with the exact dimensions so that they were legal or whatever, and that the person who owned one, I guess, could put it wherever they wanted, basically. So that's what they did. Is they went downtown, and why am I locked out of my computer? They went downtown, and they all like camped out, and there was like this big debate on like, is it legal to just camp out in front of City Hall or whatever they were, right? And turns out that one of the reasons they ended up losing that whole thing is because while they were over there camping out, because they had like a thing to live in, like a thing that I guess you call like a whatever, not really a vehicle, not really like a tent, but it was like a piece of materials on wheels. It's like plastics and woods and stuff, but like on wheels. So it was sort of like a wooden hammock. It was on wheels. I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't really a trailer. I guess maybe it was like a trailer. Anyhow, they put these things wherever, but there's no bathrooms in it. That's what I'm getting at. So they would just go poop in this hole. I'm assuming they just said, oh, there's a hole, and they would poop in there. Well, it turned out it was the like air intake for like the big buildings downtown. And the big buildings are like the county and the city. So it's like the county, every office in the county, and like every office in the city are like in these 2 buildings downtown. And all these people, and I think it was a lot of people, were all like just pooping down this hole, this shaft. And that shaft was like the input, the air conditioning and stuff.
Oh, jeez.
So that ended really fast after that. I'm like, I wonder why. I wonder like how gross that building had to smell, or like, I don't even know if like, I've kind of worked with air conditioning and stuff, but I've never dealt with that kind of thing. I've dealt with like birds on a roof being gross or being dead, like dead birds laying in front of a thing, and then somebody going, it smells. And you go up there and it's like, oh, there's a dead bird right in front of the intake. So that's probably why it smells. Kick the bird out of the way, like you say. No, it doesn't, I fixed it. But with that situation, what do? I guess they'd probably like power wash or do something gross. Who knows? But it had to be gross, whatever it was, super gross, right?
Oh yeah, and that would I don't know, that almost seems like a hazmat team or something, because you're not sure what kind of like disease or something.
Well, yeah, and it, like at some point you're like, yeah, who really cares, right? But then at the other thing, oh, I see. Is this a video or is this a screen capture? That's just like the thumbnail from it, you mean? Sorry, I'm looking at his email, which is a picture of like looking up from behind Terminator as he's walking into that gun shop. And I'm pretty sure that's what they did, is they stuck the camera like where I was taking a picture of Oro, and they just had the camera there, and Terminator walks by and they barely move the camera to the left. So I think the only thing you really see in the movie is like this unique sign in yellow, and then Terminator walks in front of it, and then they barely shift the camera. So I don't know if there is an actual shot of what I'm looking for. But the shot that he just sent me, I'm not going to try to get it on the screen here, is like 3 letters of the word Winchester. So what I'm going to end up doing is something a little bit different. I was just tweaking here like an idiot, those little ovals. But what I was going to do, and I think I still have it in the memory, is to paste. Oh, it did not work. So let me go back to whatever the hell I was looking at before. This. Copy. Now paste it. There goes me. So I will full screen this again. And then image trace that. Close enough for government work. Expand. Ungroup. Remove. I can highlight, select same fill color, and delete everything of that fill color. Delete all that black stuff. Delete rifles and shotguns, because all it said was Winchester. Group all of that. Turn it red. And then why is it underneath the stuff? How can it possibly be underneath the stuff? Because it's in this layer. So then take it out of this layer, lock that layer, put it in the color layer where I want it, and now it is a thing. And because it ain't perfect, just sort of tweak it a little bit. But now I'll try to use that image to get the proportion right. But it must have looked something like that, I think. The second email has a better shot. I only got one email so far. Let me refresh. I only got one email. Or is that 2? I got 2 pictures. I think it's just one email. But the second picture, you can see a little bit more. So how do I copy? Let me try just pasting this. Hopefully it doesn't do anything too crazy. All right, so it said Ruger here. So I need to find a Ruger thing for there. And then the W started like down the ways a little bit. Like it was not right at the corner. Down a little bit. And I can see that the C is almost, well, that might be about right. I think I'm going to do it like that. Now there was about as much on top as on the bottom. And I would say that this is about half. It is, so I think that's about right. So next is, doesn't look quite right. So I don't know if I can, because it's not letters. I don't think I can. Dang it. So I can ungroup and then select everything individually. Like this, as individual things, and then rotate individually. Is that a possibility? Is that a thing you can do? Okay, I'm going to rotate individual items. Can I? How do you do that? You could do it under Object, rotate, Angelina's not out here, is she? Alright, John Z's eating dinner. Let me see if he sent a second email over here. Still only have the one email. I got 2 pictures in it, so I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. Anyway, if I can do it quickly, I will just do each of these individual. So, zoom in. And, wait, no. No, that don't work. Don't work? I think I might just leave it like that. Should I do this? I was thinking, I know what I'll do. Here, copy. Here, paste. And well, that's already grouped. So now we'll go here. Ungroup. And now we'll rotate a little. Rotate a little. Rotate a little. There's got to be a way to have all these things rotate in unison, but pivot on their own center axis, right? Angelina isn't here. She refuses to tell me how to do it. Do this instead, the old-fashioned way. Oh, that's too much. I'm just going to go ahead and act like this is the way it's supposed to be. And then I will also highlight all that and unhighlight that and unhighlight that. And then I will add a stroke to it. Because even though there wasn't one in the thing, I feel like there should be one. And I'm also going to make it white because the button moves. So we're going to do it like that and see what happens. I don't know if I like that or not, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this and we're going to hide it. And then it'll just live invisibly right there. It's getting there. It's getting there. It has to be white, though. So that's one thing we can mess with right now is get this right. Definitely pull this out of here. Maybe not, maybe not. Start with this color. That's a lot closer to the right color. And then, oh, you fuckers. See, like that. And then turn these, some color that looks more like bricks, right? I don't know what it's supposed to be. This. Go with that, and then way later. Oh shit! Sorry, dude. I didn't know you were in there.
Yeah, sorry about that, man. I tried like backing out to answer a text message, and then I don't know. I couldn't figure out how to like get back without like rejoining. But I think I figured it out now. I can just hit the back button and I come back to here.
Yeah, I was gonna say this one's actually better than Hangouts was as far as like Hangouts is really glitchy, right? Everybody had to shut off their phone and do all kinds of stuff every time you accidentally closed out of a Hangout. This Duck, you don't need to log in or nothing, and it's the only thing with the Duck is treat it like a website. Tell it to show you the website or whatever, and show you the web page, I guess, or like show me as a web page, or what is it? Show me as a desktop computer or something like that. So you tell your browser to show it to you as a desktop instead of a mobile app or a mobile page, and it works a little bit better. But otherwise,
so then you just tab back to your browser.
In your browser, you just tell your browser to deliver you the page as a desktop site. That's what I'm trying to say, as opposed to a mobile page, and it just dumbs it down, and it's a little easier to find the buttons. When it puts it as a mobile page, it shoves the buttons way down at the bottom because they're just a little Canadian money grub. I don't know what they're trying to do. No, I'm just kidding. But they're a Canadian company. It's like 3 people. So, there's only so many features it has or whatever.
Yeah, that's cool though. It works.
Yeah, it works pretty good. And it's free, which is nice. Yeah, so we're over here drawing these things while I'm waiting for these things to these eBay auctions. Pretty sure there's like a gap between them right now. I'll go look in a second. But anyway, Smeggy's the dude that drove with me when we went to this place that we're drawing right now, the gun shop, yeah, from Terminator.
Yeah.
Is
I was
it
actually just telling the story to a guy I work with about the Ring of Fire trip.
well, has it ever come up with the Terminator? Like, you ever been watching Terminator, or somebody been like, "Oh, Terminator's awesome," and you're like, "Well, I've been to," or the other one,
Um,
Homing Down.
I've told that story a few times, never like watching the movie and being like, "Hey, I've been there."
How often? I'm assuming quite often, but how often do people talk about the movie Falling Down in California? Like, people in California probably talk about it all the time, right? Like, their favorite movie.
I don't know, not maybe in LA, like, because they're all, oh yeah, that's totally how it is around here. But the Bay is more laid back, you know. They don't care. Like, it's two different. It's weird, man. It's like they're two different states. It's like, oh, you're from LA, you're one of those people. It's like Bloods and Crips fighting each other. It's interesting.
Except they're not fighting. They're just like, oh, we're less interested in you because you're from LA. They're not. It's not like animosity, right? They just have like less interest.
Yeah. Each group thinks the other one's more conceited, but they both only care about themselves. So
We don't care about LA because they don't care about us.
yeah. Although, yeah, LA people can be kind of annoying. So I guess I've temporarily joined a team because I think the same way now. I'm like, oh yeah, LA people, yuck. Not all of them, obviously. Don't get all offended if you're out there listening.
All the right-handed ones, though. All the ones that wear blue.
I mean, the dog I stole was from LA, so, and he's cool as shit.
So how'd that go? Just like start stalking a family on Facebook or something?
Uh,
Because then if it's a random family, they don't realize who did it, and then they start going after other people instead of you.
Yeah, man. It will Instagram. Don't post pictures on Instagram. I'll detective work it and figure out. I was like, that's a cute little puppy. Okie dokie. 4.5 hour drive. Here I come.
So what's the deal? Is like somebody you knew or something, or?
Kind of. It was like a friend of a friend of my girl, and they were fostering the dog for the rescue. So it was literally, I think it was like on Thursday, posted a picture. Hey, we just got this little dog. Like, if anyone knows, like, help spread the word. And she, messenger was like, we want that dog. And then they figured out like what friend they had in common. And they were like, oh shit, you know so-and-so? Like, okay, cool. And we drove down on Sunday. So the process was pretty quick. I think it was expedited because, they knew some of the people.
Yeah, because if they don't need to do all the garbage for somebody they don't know, they don't have to do all that garbage. They can just do it.
Yeah. I mean, I still had to fill out like the little form it's got 20,000 questions. All about like, oh, what kind of yard and what's the fence and how often are you going to leave them alone and what about this and what kind of dog food do you plan to feed them and it's like, bro, I know, like, I wish I could write like humans and dogs have lived together for a while. Like, most people know how to keep it alive. Have a good day. Like, give me the stupid dog.
I got no problem with that kind of stuff too. Especially, well, it's the same kind of thing. Like you're just saying, like those people act like they're doing everybody a favor, or the dogs are looking ditched out because he's afraid to hear the truth. This happens a lot on Sundays. I can't tell if that's my stomach rumbling or a dog barking like 3 houses over. One of the two things is happening right now.
Sorry, that was my bad.
Your battery?
No, I friggin' like closed the thing. I almost dropped my phone, and when I went to catch it, I like grabbed it on like the lock button.
You using,
like, shut all the stuff down.
You using some fancy new phone or some old?
Well, I don't know. It's not super new. I forget which one it is. It's a Android, like maybe a couple years old. But anyways, when I hit the button, it like locked the phone, and then it like closed the shit. I don't know. Weird. But anyways, yeah, those dog thing. Like the thing that bugged me, because that actually happened to me once, like back in the day. And there was this like rescue that specifically dealt with huskies, and it was like in the area where I live, like, you know, it's like the next city over or something, pretty close. But went through this huge, long like interview process and house check and stuff, which, like I said, I do kind of get. But then at the end, they decided that we couldn't get a dog. And yet when you go to their website, they do nothing but talk about how, oh, we're so understaffed and we need so much donations, and we wish we could give these dogs away more. It's like, well, how about you quit being jerks? Because I have a perfectly fine house. There's no dangers here. A nice big yard. Like, I've had dogs ever since I was a kid, and yet you don't want to give me a dog? That's stupid.
Yeah, ever since I was a youngin', and I went to, I don't remember even how I got over there, but, you know, I was at a shelter or whatever, and they had a dog, and I was like, oh, I'll take this dog. And they're like, okay, let me call your landlord. And I'm like, the hell? Like, how about you don't worry about that? I said I would take the dog. I didn't say, like, you can call my landlord and see if they want a dog.
Yeah.
Like, if I get this dog and my landlord don't like it, guess what I do? I move. I ain't worried about what my landlord says about this dog. And like, yeah, I didn't like that. But whatever. Everybody's got their own agenda or like motivation, right? Like, I think some of these figure that's a nice thing to hide behind. Nobody's going to challenge us because of we're doing it for the animals, you know. So if they end up, maybe their intent was to hoard, you know, but if maybe they just figure, well, if we end up hoarding, you know, animals, then worst that happens is we got more like whatever the word is, you know, resource to act like we need donations for. So like, they have no interest in giving it to you or anybody else, because that would be giving up their burden that they need to claim, right?
Yeah, it's almost like the NRA needing at least some gun control stuff going on so they can say, hey, we got to fight Bloomberg. He's trying to do background checks again. And then, like, if
chat about that sometime, we could chat about it now. I don't know how much you are usually interested in digging into stuff like that, but I'm less and less apt to throw the NRA, quote unquote, like quotes around the NRA under the bus like that, because it's really, well, whatever, Lane LaPierre, whoever the person might be that we're really talking about. But then the other person that nobody ever talks about, and people get all mad when I bring it up, is that it's membership. If we, you know, we members of the NRA sat around and let Wayne LaPierre become a unscrupulous jerk, you know, it's two people involved there, and we can't go like, hey, we were duped or something, like over and over and over and over for decades. I mean, maybe the first time or something, you know what I'm trying to say? Like, we got to take some responsibility there and hold our organization's feet to the fire. Is that the way I say it? Anyway.
Yeah, that kind of makes sense, right? I mean, I can admit to being what's the word? I don't want to say inactive, but
Yeah, just
I guess that is kind of the word. Like, when I first was getting into like gun and gun rights and stuff, like, I knew I liked the Second Amendment, and then like I joined the NRA just cause, you know, I didn't do my research or whatever.
Follow through, maybe. Now, on the other hand, I don't think it was like we were lazy or like anybody who didn't keep track of what the end or what Lane LaPierre specifically was doing or whatever is like at fault. But I think somewhere along the line there became this like perception that the NRA was gonna Why is it not clicking on stuff for me? Oh, I'm in lines. That's why I gotta pay attention. There was this perception that the NRA was there to be advocates because from 1977 to 1990, they wanted to be advocates, and there was Knox and the others that, you know, created that did actually do activism. But then as those people got kicked out for fucking Planet of the Apes guy, Hart Heston, that's when it subtly quit being 2A. In fact, it quit being 2A at all. And that's when us as members, and I'm, you know, us, whatever, we were fucking 11 or something. So, you know, whenever that actually happened, the adults at the time, the adult members are the ones that, well, I'm going to just say they allowed it to happen. It happened in their watch. They didn't know it was coming or whatever, and they, whatever, but we sort of let the assumption be that the NRA is a rights organization when they subtly or intentionally or deceptively or whatever the word is, stopped being a rights organization. Certainly intentionally. I mean, that was the whole reason they brought Heston in, was to get rid of the people like Knox who wanted to just worry about 2A. And they said, no. So it's at that point that everyone got, I guess, comfortable with Heston and that whole from my cold dead hands. And that's.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like that you just like assumed by default, you know, because just, you know, they do say the right things, just like other politicians that are like, oh, hey, like I'm a Republican, I support the second. Everyone goes, oh, yeah, that guy's cool. And then when you actually dig in, you realize, wait, he voted for the bump stock ban, or he voted against the Hearing Protection Act. Like, what? I thought you said you were pro 2A, but if you don't never look into it, it sounds good on paper. Hey, he said Second Amendment. Okay, cool. I like this guy. And then, you know, you just take it for granted. I guess that's the right way of saying it. Just take for granted that the NRA, well, they say they're fighting, and okay, they must be.
Yeah, exactly. Take it for granted. And not in a positive way and the negative. Like we take for granted is of, you know, we just assume we have a common definition of something or a common focus in this case. But anyway, I'm just nitpicking or whatever, but it's been a while since I've had somebody on that actually can understand what I'm doing when I'm saying that, when I stop like that. Let's see if I can get letters up and then skew them around. So when they're letters like this, you can think with them differently than when they're just shapes that look like letters, if that makes sense. Because while they're still letters, they have a certain set of attributes and characteristics that can be warped and fiddled with. So first I'm going to try to find one that looks as close as possible to that shape. That would be good for width and everything, but not for that stupid, weird shape. I don't know enough about text to know what the names of these things are. Are you still doing the same kind of thing as the last time I talked to you, or has your role shifted at all at your work?
Yeah, I don't remember if I've talked to you since November, but I'm not a contractor anymore. So I'm still in the same. I'm in the same factory. I just like work for them now.
The actual factory, not the company that got you in the door.
Right. Yeah. I'm not a contractor. I'm a
you work
actual employee.
Okay. So is that a good thing or was that a weird thing?
No, that's good. Like I like what I'm doing. So it's obviously all going to be kind of very similar stuff. But it's different enough, like what I'm supposed to be doing, that it's kind of like a step up and more like engineering type things. And I bring a different perspective, and I got away from my jerk of a site manager. Hey, he's not a jerk. I should take that back. He was a nice dude. Just like I felt even from like day one, because he was older than me, but he's never like worked in a factory before. Whereas my whole career has been revolving around like automotive facilities. So I know how to build shit and I know what works in the real world. I feel like he was threatened. So he did everything he could to kind of like throw me under the bus.
That's handy when you're
So getting away from him, like not having him as like my boss, even though I never really thought of him as like my boss. That part's been nice.
Do you still work with all the same people, or you're just doing something else completely?
I'm doing something a little different, but it's still in the paint shop, and so like I do work side by side with my ex coworker sometimes, but I don't do as much airflow stuff anymore. I've gone more to the pre-treatment and e-coating, which is basically the shit that coats the metal before it gets painted to stop corrosion.
So then you're basically out of work as soon as they start making these trucks. You're not needed at all.
No, because I got to be there and make sure they're being made right.
Are you going to get a truck?
Probably not.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You don't get them at a tremendous discount, or you can't just take like parts home or something?
No, that's the demand's high enough that they don't give out employee discounts or anything. I think there's a couple little perks, like you get a couple like upgrades for free. So I guess that's kind of like a discount if you got like the more premium model for like a cheaper price, but it's not much when you look at the grand scheme of things.
So you're not going to get any of them, not just the truck?
I don't think so. I like my F-150. It's my last protest of staying Midwest. Yeah, I drive a big ass truck in a little tiny city, and I don't care. People get out of my way.
That's got to be a pain in the butt.
The day I'm driving around in a Prius or something, shoot me in the face, because that means my soul has died.
No. I would totally get an electric car if somebody gave me one. I'm not going to pay for it, but I would take one because of what do you call it? The cost. I'd love to have no gas cost or whatever. Why isn't it letting me go? I have to go in here. I see Taurus up there. If you want a link, I'll throw you a link, man. Oh, wrong way. Is that working? That's the wrong way. That's not doing it. There's a thing to do italic. What the hell is it? Is it this? Sensor, not spacing. Some of the other ones there's an italic, and I don't think it's this, because this is just plain ass rotate. Now I got it to where I can't do shit. It's not this. Anyway, I'm just gonna leave it. Dead Horse is saying since you drive your truck like Simon and Simon, you're like, he's either stopped or screeching to a halt or accelerating.
I'll say I forgive me, I don't get that reference, but no, I do not.
You don't know what Simon and Simon is?
No. No, I'm a big fan of just coasting, which is something California drivers do not do. Most of them do exactly what you described. They're either pedal to the metal or slamming on the brakes.
Nothing, because I'm copyrighted at this point. This is San Diego. No. You have to think back to being a little souther. Think more south, California. So basically, it was these two brothers, and they were like, hey, let's go to Vietnam and come back. I'm pretty sure this was all in the era of like everybody was a Nam vet. And then the one brother was all honky tonk and country western, this guy. And then the other brother was all fancy, and he wore sunglasses all the time because he was that guy. Right? This guy was like Elvis. And the other guy, it's like fish and chips or something. So he's that truck though. That was the Western guy's truck. It would be either stopped, screeching to a halt, or accelerating. That was the only three modes that truck could go. And then they would blow up boats and shit with handguns. And there was always dogs and hot chicks. Pretty good show. I didn't like it because there was other shows. I like Knight Rider was a show on back then. Sheriff Lobo. There was one with a robot and a helicopter and a nerd, and then Simon and Simon. Like the equivalent of Simon and Simon, but they also had a nerd and a robot
Hmm.
helicopter. That one I watched. Simon and Simon was too hip for me. You don't remember the Fall Guy?
No,
Oh my goodness. Do you remember Knight Rider? You ever heard of Knight Rider?
I do know Knight Rider, but I'm
Same.
thinking
You ever heard of Dukes of
I
Hazzard?
probably so. Yeah, I know Dukes of
All
Hazzard,
of
but
these
I
shows
probably
exist because Dukes of Hazzard. These are all just shows that, oh, Dukes of Hazzard is winning. Like, here's our version.
Mm-hmm. So all of those types of shows, I've probably watched like the syndicated version of them. Like I
yeah.
wasn't watching them when they were coming out once a week, but like
I see.
Knight Rider would be on at 3:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday or something. Like so, I'd catch it then.
Yeah, no, exactly. And Simon and Simon was probably. Did you ever see? It was like Shadow and the Wolf or some shit. I forget what it was. It was like some mom and then some guy who was a spy, and they were like dating. Or I don't know. I never watched it. It was like Mom and the Spy Guy, or it was some dumb show like that. And that would have been syndicated with that show.
No, I haven't seen that.
Scarecrow and the Ribbon. I don't know. It was some show like that.
I did watch Viper though,
I don't remember
which
that.
was like the 90s version of Knight Rider. And it was when the Viper like came out. It was basically a giant freaking Dodge commercial. But the Viper could like have bulletproof armor that came up, and it could, it was a robot car also. But I think that one they had like a robot truck, like a Dodge Ram, and like it was like the whole lineup. I'm like, wow, this is a giant car commercial for whatever 2 seasons or whatever, however many. I don't think it was on very long.
I was just sending it over. It's like, let's jump in. You remember Dukes? You never watched Dukes live then? You only watched it in reruns and stuff?
Yeah. Because probably when did that was probably late 70s it was on, right?
It was a little kid. Early 70s, maybe. I don't remember. Mid 70s. I was a little kid playing with Matchbox. It was before Star Wars, I think.
Yes, I wasn't alive then.
So, I remember Dukes of Hazzard I was so little, we would grab a handful of Matchbox cars and run across the street and watch it at the same time with my friend across the street. And there's no way I was doing that before Star Wars or after Star Wars. So I was a little kid. And then, but it would be like, I don't remember anymore. It was like Dukes of Hazzard and then Sheriff Lobo or something. And then some other one. And it was like 4 car shows right in a row. Anyway, so I was a little kid, but you're just watching a show that you could play Matchbox cars with.
Right.
But,
you're probably not even really following the plot. Just like, oh,
yeah,
look,
yeah,
they blew up that barn again. Like, cool.
There was like an orange car and a white Jeep. That was that show. And it was like we would outrun cop cars. All it really did is teach us to run away from cop cars, but otherwise we didn't pay attention to them. But I guess I'm saying I didn't even realize I was watching something on YouTube, because you know how YouTube tries to force you to watch stuff nowadays, especially if you just go plain to YouTube, if you don't go into your own channel or nothing. So I do that. I'll just go into plain YouTube and see what it tries to force me to watch. And it was trying to get me to watch Dukes of Hazzard. One of the guys, the blonde guy from Dukes of Hazzard, is still around, and he owns a Dukes of Hazzard car, or maybe more than one. Anyway, he has a series of videos on them, and I watched one like an idiot, and now I got like a ton of Dukes of Hazzard car videos getting shoved at me. So I watched a second one, and it was about some guy who, not that long ago, like 2014 or something, like you would think this would have happened a long time ago, but some guy was just minding his business, and then I forget how he figured out something about something, and he figured out that there was this one company in the Hazzard County or whatever it was they filmed Dukes of Hazzard, that there was only one company that towed cars. So he just called that guy. He's like, you don't happen to have any Dukes of Hazzard cars? He's like, we got every single Dukes of Hazzard car. And he's like, oh, can I come out there and look at them? And he's like, sure. And then, long story short, is he found the first one. So I guess the first Dukes of Hazzard car and the first Dukes of Hazzard was some other car, and then they painted it orange. So he found the car that was the other color and then got painted orange. And it was laying underneath some tree. And a couple of years later, he eventually gets it from the guy. He buys it off them for like $400 or $500, and then turns it back into a Dukes of Hazzard. So it was like a whole thing. Anyway, I think he said somewhere that there was 300 Dukes of Hazzard cars, General Lee's. So, like most of them were the same car, but some of them are only close because of when they're wrecking them or destroying them, they don't really care. They just paint a car orange, and from a distance, who cares if it's getting blown up or something?
Yeah, if it's the stunt car or whatever, for sure.
But he's like, I think this is the blonde guy from Dukes of Hazzard who's still alive. He's super old, and he has like a YouTube channel, and he talks about Dukes of Hazzard. And he was saying something on there that, like, at any one time they'd have a dozen of them that were up and running that they could use, because then when they did stuff like jump over a jump back then, they just jumped over a jump and broke it, and then started with another one like for the next scene. So they would take that car and start fixing it and have 12 others. So they would, whatever would happen, they would be just wrecking cars constantly. So he's like, does the General Lee have a roll bar? Some of them do. And then some of them have like a piece of pipe hanging off of a string. Depends on if we really needed a roll bar or not. Like, do some of them have a piece of chrome? Some of them do, but if we were about to jump it off a bridge, it probably didn't have that piece of chrome.
Right. And some of them is just like, this thing doesn't even have to have an engine in it because we're just filming the scene where they're like talking in the front of it or whatever. Like, we don't have to fix the front part. Like, just that got smashed up last week. We just need the interior to be okay still.
Yeah, I was watching something else that was totally unrelated, but they said the same thing. Like, we built this car, but it never ran. Like, all we ever did is push it down the street, and it would roll to a coast. Like, they had brakes in it, but no engine, and it was super heavy. What the hell movie was it? Yeah, it was something I was looking at. It was totally unrelated, and it was the same concept. Like, all we did is like have this shell. It's the best we could do with the budget we had or whatever, and it never ran. Like, it never was an actual car. Like it. So there's no way to reproduce this one because it never existed. Tony's saying that a bunch of people tried to build it. And then he also said that the flags on top, like, that was mostly just tape. Like, because most of the time you didn't see it close enough anyway. They would just use medical tape to make the outline of the flag. And then the stripes and stuff were just some, I think he just said they would tape it off, mask it, spray paint it. And, I guess they said they had kids would just make the stars out of paper, and they would just glue them in there. Like, so half the time it's like a real cheesy flag. Like, it's almost never a decal.
Well, yeah, because you're catching it out the corner of your eye and just seeing, oh yeah, there's some white up top there. Like,
yeah, exactly. So that kind of stuff is neat. Oh, John Schneider is the name of his channel. Thanks. Well, like I say, he gives you all these tips, but then, like, the one thing I watched, he was walking around his General Lee, and he's like, this one ain't real, because, and he showed like a couple of things. Like, he has a regular set of brakes and gas pedal. And I guess in the show, they would put extra sticky gas pedals and stuff. So, because obviously they're doing weird shit. They wanted to have better gas pedals or something. He's like, this steering wheel is wrong. And then he said something like he's got air conditioning in it. They never bothered with that back in the day. So there's like little stuff like that. But yeah, he, at least the stuff I saw, the videos that I seen, he's not so much telling you what to do as much as like answering people's questions and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. So he probably has he wanted it more as a usable thing.
Oh, he's cool. He's like, I'm Bo Duke, or he's either Bo or Luke, I forget. He's like, I'm Bo Duke. Any General Lee I own is the General Lee. It's like, yeah, that's kind of true.
Like, if I buy satellite radio and put it in there, guess what? The General Lee had satellite radio. Like, it's now canon.
He pretty much said that. He's like, I can pretty much do that because I'm Bo Duke, or whatever. So I'm like, all right, that's true. But, and the other thing is, because there's hundreds of them, like there is no General Lee. I mean, there is no. There's like even some of these other things like Batman and shit. There's still like dozens of them. What the hell other one was I looking at? I think after I saw that video where the guy found the old one, I went to try to find something. And it wasn't, I don't remember. I think maybe another video was suggested or something. And that's where I think I was like, oh, I would have thought there was one and there was 8 of them or something. And it was not even that interesting a car. It was like Bruce Lee car from the Hornet or something. It was like, because, just need a bunch of them for whatever scenes, like you're saying. Like, sometimes they're just dummies for we need one in LA because the actor's in LA. All of a sudden we need one. It's easier to make a car than it is to fly that actor over here.
Mm-hmm.
Now I remember back in the day too, something about, maybe it was cop cars or something, but yeah, for a while there when the car wrecking TV shows were a big deal, there were some cars that became hard to get because nobody really wanted them in the first place. And then television figured out they were cheap to destroy, and they literally just destroyed the shit out of them. And it's just really difficult to get some of these like boring cars anymore.
They just, they don't exist.
Yeah, like they kept wrecking them until they don't exist anymore. And then Obama came along and did his thing. What did you hear before? I watched that 4-hour thing about Hillary on Hulu. You hear about this?
No.
It was like a 4-hour documentary about Hillary. Imagine watching a Hillary documentary for 4 hours. It's 4 1-hour segments. But I couldn't stop watching. It was amazing. I really liked it, actually. It was by her, too.
From what I was gonna say, from what perspective? Like making her sound awesome or making her sound evil?
Trying to. And it's from her. Like either her or her campaign or her daughter, somebody on her side made it.
Okay, so it was produced as a friendly documentary.
Oh, for definitely. I mean, I don't think it worked because I don't think you can. And I think from watching it, she's well aware that there's nothing she can do. She's forever stuck in like a weird limbo where everybody's always going to hate her. And she's just kind of lives with it, I think, or at least she's trying to act like she is. But anyway, so definitely trying to be positive, but insightful as hell. Like it was really, really interesting. The main thing I got out of it, little stuff like, so Hillary, you've seen like the weird pictures of her in the 70s before she was married and like just being a weird, like what we would call like a hippie, radical, whatever, communist, maybe feminist, whatever you want to call like a weird, whatever the hell she was back in the day. And you see that. And I always see it from the angle of I'm a dude in the modern day looking backwards in time, but I never looked at it from like somebody back then. And when they sort of do a good job of presenting that, I think that when she was doing all that, there was no such thing as a female congressperson or a female doctor or a female lawyer. Like those didn't exist. And that was in our parents' lifetime. So that is actually something that we take for granted. I think that, if we're not biased and we don't have a issue with females doing stuff, we just, I think, take for granted that females can do whatever they want. Because for our lifetime, it's been like that. But for her lifetime, it hasn't. And think about all the other ladies that are, maybe not as old as her, but the ones certainly that are as old as her, and any that are, within range of her would remember that dynamic. Well, see, he left because he couldn't handle that kind of feminist awareness. What a misogynist. He left to go massage, I think. He's that much of a misogynist. Any of the Dodge is really good, so I can't tell which ones are great. Why, because of the clearance? Or the speed, or what? Anyway, we're 4 hours into this. This is how I ripped through free duck. When you go to a Chinese restaurant and order duck, they're like, you got to order that 3 weeks in advance or whatever. You got to order that ahead of time. You come here, 4 hours worth of free duck. Man, we just burned right through it. I don't know if Smiggy's coming back or what. So the main thing we went live to is to talk about the auctions that are ending today. So we're going to go back and look. Oh, crap. There's only 2 left, and then they'll be over. So I guess we're going to be live for another 6 minutes. And we got 7 bids on this last one, and then we've got 0 bids on this first one. So we'll probably go watch this one with 7 bids and see how it does. It's lame that it won't update over here. I find that very lame. I'm hoping with 7 bids and did it say how many watchers or views? 62 views. I guess that's not that many. But we'll see if that goes up in the next 6. The Challenger is the Vanishing Point car. We always had Dodges and Fords and Chevys. I had friends with Dodges. I don't think we ever had a Dodge. We didn't have that many cars. We had mostly, I don't say that. We had cars. My grandma had cars. My grandma had a Nova. I bet you my grandma would have got a Challenger or a Charger. She liked those kind of cars. I don't know about all these ones you're talking about, other than like maybe an iconic one or something. Yeah, I pretty much had Fords until I worked for the government, and then I drove Chevys for the government all the time. And when it's not your truck, you drive it different than your own vehicle. So I babied my Fords around, and I didn't love them or hate them. My Fords, I didn't have a problem with them. But once I started driving the Chevys around, my uncle's Chevys, I was sold. Chevys are strong trucks, man. So once I had my Chevy, I knew what it could do, and I beat the heck out of that two-wheel drive Chevy. But I know Fords could do it too. And I knew people that had Dodges that could do it. Hell, Bob's Dodge was obviously taking a lot of abuse. Vanishing Point, probably the best made-for-TV movie, except for The Lonesome Dove. Oh, okay, I don't remember. I guess I haven't seen it. It's getting cold. It's been raining here today. My Chevy truck just turned 30 this year. Now, I had a Ranger, and if I wouldn't have flipped it, I would imagine it would still be running. It was like a 90-something. I don't remember anymore. 90-something, early 90s. It would have probably been like a 92 or 94. I don't know when they started making Rangers. It wasn't the first or nothing. But anyway, if I wouldn't have flipped that thing over, I'd probably still be running it. Rangers are pretty neat. But I know my Chevy would be running, and that was 99, I think. But that would only be 20. No, that would only be, oh yeah, that would be barely 21. So a Chevy from 30 years ago would be a 90s. That would look nice. That's like is that a Fall Guy looking Ranger or Chevy? That really square? That might be an 80s Chevy that I'm thinking of. I really like the 70s the 80s. Well, I like 70s too, but I like the 80s and 90s Chevys better than Fords for sure. The look of them, at least. What year Rangers you have? Mine was a 88. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it was an 88. $2,500 from 90. I think ours looked probably the same. Mine was a 99. Mine might have had a newer body style looking thing, but it wasn't the square looking ones from like the Fall Guy. 1 minute. No bids on the Spider Coast still. Oh snap! See, this one went up, and this thing is not reflecting it going up. So that's annoying. Oh shit! It's still not reflecting it going up. So this went up to 10 bids with 2 minutes out. That's pretty fun. And I guess I didn't pay attention. I won't flip over there because of which everybody's names, but I didn't pay attention to the other one that ended earlier. I was partnering around with Smeggy probably. No trucks exist except for the Ford. I think it was a 90. I like the little Rangers. I wish they would have made a little something else. They made a Brat and they made a Ranger, and that was it, right? No, there was an S10. There was a little S10. My dad had a little Blazer looking thing that was made out of a tiny Chevy. And it was okay. It was just a little too small physically. I want a bigger vehicle. Well, I would have hoped that by living in San Francisco, Smeggy would have become a little more woke. But the way that he fled out of here as soon as I started talking about a feminist, it makes me think that he's not even woke. He's anti-woke. I'm gonna refresh this. Went up to 28 bucks with 17 bids. Holy crap! 23 seconds left. 17 bids. 17 seconds. 13 seconds. Any snipers? I think the snipers hit 5 seconds. 9 seconds. 6 seconds. 3 seconds. I don't think there's any snipers. 3 seconds. Over. Oh shit, it did go up again. It went to 30, so it got another bid in there. Snap. So that one made me 20 bucks right there. That's a cool $20 bill you're looking at right there. That $20 bill will pay like a fifth of my phone bills. Thank you very much. Chevy Loves were awesome trucks. They just rusted to pieces. I wanted a Chevy Love so bad. I wanted a Brat and a Love. I think those would have been neat. But I never got one. I don't know if I would fit in it. Take that for outbidding me. Somebody outbidded you? My high school had a V6 S10 I got to drive. It was a good little truck. Yeah, when I was working for like the Forest Service, we had Chevys. In the Army, it was before Humvees, so we had these like Blazer things. They were like a pickup truck with, I guess they were Blazers. I don't really know the names of them, but you know, they're the 2-door version that didn't have 4 doors yet. Those things were awesome, but they were different. They were diesel, and you just pushed a button, and you didn't have keys or nothing. They were different. So, but they were Chevys. They were strong as hell, but they were military Chevys, so I figured they were different. But for the Forest Service, we just had regular old trucks, like Chevy trucks, just painted green. They were strong as shit. I mean, for a while there, I was dragging around an 8-horse or a 10-horse trailer. Is there such a thing as a 10-horse trailer? No, it was the biggest trailer they had was either 8 or 10. And that thing with like 8 or 10 horses in it with their tack and shit, and it could drag that thing around up and down mountains. I was impressed. In snow, never really got hot, but anyway, so my truck did pretty good too. Like I say, a little 2-wheel drive Chevy, pretty damn good. But I'm not saying a Ford or a Dodge wouldn't have also. It was really just experience. And I like the squarey style, and none of them had that anymore when I got mine in 2000. So I ended up getting a 99. Oh, shit, did I get a 99 in 2000 or did I get a 99 in 98? I think I went backwards. I got the old, I don't remember. I either got the old model because it was cheap, or I got the new model somehow cheaper. Pretty cheap, so I probably would have gone with the cheaper version. I don't remember. That's not. So I don't know who got outbidded or who outbidded. But thanks to whoever it was. The Ford Lightning and Chevy Hurricane little trucks were neat. I don't think I remember those at all. Lightning. Ford Lightning. In 1993, the SVT Lightning high performance version. Oh, that's just the race car version of a 150, it says. But whenever I was in St. Paul, I was minding my business, waiting for an appointment, and I went to go grab a notebook. So I was looking for this Family Dollar, and that got me to this weird parking lot. And I was coming out of this parking lot, and I didn't know where I was, so I was trying to find my bearings or whatever. And that's when this little tiny van comes out of nowhere. And it's a little tiny van the size of a Chevy Love. or the Subaru Brat. It was the size of like a little Brat. It was barely a go-kart, but it was a van. It wasn't fully enclosed though. It had like a little pickup back instead of the regular van. I posted it on Instagram at the time, and somebody said, I think Angry knew what it was. And it's almost as small as those little three-wheeled things you see at like an airport or something. But it was a little tiny little van, and it was gas. It was not electric. That thing would be cool as hell. It was almost too little. It was almost like something you drive around like as a landscaping vehicle or something, but it was a van. That thing was neat. It was probably European. Street trucks are banned in Tennessee. Yeah, that's the thing about up north is a lot of rust. I went to a parking lot in Ohio with Pink. I was like, what the hell's going on in this parking lot? And then I figured out that it was all these little tiny rust spots where rust had hit the concrete and discolored it. And it was just like polka dotted or something. I thought it was a pattern. I thought it was some sort of concrete treatment or something. But it was just so many little so many little pinholes of rust or whatever had dropped down onto the concrete and like stained it, I guess, reacted with the concrete. I'm just not used to that kind of stuff. You don't see rust out here at all, period. Like it doesn't even, if you just shave, sand metal and leave it out, it just stays kind of shiny. It'll get dull, that's about it. Dump salt on the roads. Huh. Well, I noticed that from the Midwest also. So it was all from all the salt, or all the rust was from the salt in the winter. You're right. And then the humidity sticks around. I don't know if that happened. I mean, it doesn't happen so much in Utah. But I thought they started using something else, like dirt or something instead of salt to stop that. Anti-icing spray, maybe that's what I'm thinking of. Like a sugar spray or something. All right, well, let's turn into some kind of car chat. Let's see if anybody's quirking us on the what's it called? YouTube's. All right, Yankees going live with 400 people. Primary and secondary is live with 57 people. All right, well, with that, I think we'll wrap it up then. Thanks everybody for showing up. Thanks everybody who might have voted or bid on the auctions that we're running live tonight. I think a couple of them will go tomorrow, and then all those rest of the ones that didn't get bids today will re-list and then basically be ending next week at this time. We'll see how many I'm able to post throughout the week and see how much money came in. I'm trying to stack a bill here or whatever they call it. Like I missed a bill last month, so I'm trying to make up. And I suppose I need to also go over and check out the Indiegogo campaign, which I'm guessing is still limping along. Make a decision with that, either let it die or give it a resuscitation and try to add some time to it. We'll make that decision. Give us some feedback if you want on that. Otherwise, we'll be back to pick you up later. Thanks for showing up. Thanks for sticking around. Thanks for being part of the conversation.